airports in the county, and that is estimated to be a $700,000 project. The reason it was pushed back to 2025 was the state got behind on severance taxes based on a court ruling several years ago. And so all severance taxes that would have been paid out and used by the Aeronautic Commission and distributed to the towns and everything that was done with that, that was all stopped until that backlog was repaid per the state court order. So that is over, and according to Armstrong, they're going to actually petition the state to move that 2025 taxiway rehabilitation project to try to get it back to 2022. So that is a capital improvement project and would be happening under the terms of the 2009 MOU. And at a $700,000 project, the state would cover 90% and the local entities would cover 10%. And via the addendum in 2014, the town has been paid about $7,600 a year for the cell tower that's there. The total amount is about $10,000 a year, and the town's 75% share is about $7,600. I talked with Finance Officer Cindy Jones, and the town has approximately $60,000 in that dedicated account for the airport, which would be enough to do the local cost share if we did it right now, because we'd only be responsible for 75% of that $70,000. Ms. Jones also reported that at the end of the year we'll have another $7,600 in there, so we'll be getting close to $70,000 in that fund at the end of the year. And it would never happen this year. It's too late in the construction season to make any of that happen. So it would be at earliest a next year project. So as I read this and my experience with both town municipal government and at the airport, it seems like the town's well set up to handle all their responsibilities via both MOUs. I am unsure what the county wants to talk about. They haven't been very specific, but as the two MOUs stand, the town is very well set to cover all their obligations with some extra, and to my way of thinking, it's a fair, equitable MOU and addendum, and I don't know how you can make it better. So that's what I wanted to share. Evidently the county has some specifics they'd like to talk about, but when Commissioner Kuntz was here, he talked about the local cost shares, and it appears the town's set up for that. So absent knowing exactly what they want to talk about, I believe the town is set up well and ready to move forward on that next project that's going to happen out there. I'd entertain any questions.
Are there questions for Mr. Schwederman? Yes, Bill.
Well, in our packet, Neil, we were furnished with a spreadsheet labeled Airport Capital Improvement Plan, and it has a number of entries on it. It has the pavement maintenance for runway 5/23 West Apron and Taxiway, which was due in 2020 for $130,000. And it has the rehab the East Apron for 2022 for $700,000, AWAS for $250,000 in 24, and to construct the West Apron 2025 for $900,000. You know, what you're talking about is one project. I don't know where the disconnect is at between what the county presented and what you've presented.
I can answer that.
Okay.
That $130,000 project scheduled in 2020 did not happen because the bids came in too high. That is a
Sorry, that the what was too high?
the bids came in too high.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and that is a maintenance project, so the town has no part of that. So there's no local cost share on a maintenance project. That is the county's responsibility in whole. So the project I'm speaking about was the second you listed, and I'm sorry I don't have that spreadsheet. I was not provided with it, but I pretty much know the parameters. So the that second project, which I'm speaking about the $700,000 project.
It's called East Apron is what they're calling it.
Correct. And that is the project that the town is well suited to cover, and with additional monies in the reserve account. An AWAS might be a little pie in the sky for Paonia Airport. An AWAS is an automated weather system that's certified by the FAA. So as a pilot is flying, or when they're on the ground, there's a phone number you can call, and it gives you the current weather conditions at the airport. So a couple years ago, the county, there's a non-certified system, and remind me the number on the AWAS system? 250,000. A sizable chunk. It's a sizable chunk of change. And what an AWAS does, it enables somebody who's flying under instrument flight rules, so they're flying in the clouds, or ostensibly can be in the clouds at any point in time. They're working with air traffic control for their whole flight. And if you want to land in those circumstances, you need certified weather right there at the airport, and that's what an AWAS is. So several years ago, the county grabbed a little mini grant to do a non-certified system that does the same thing. And you can pick it up on your radio as you're coming in, and you can find out what the weather what weather is happening at Paonia. The closest AWASs are at Delta and at Montrose, and as you well know, the weather at those two airports can be significantly different than here. So we have a nice interim step. I mean, a $250,000 AWAS system, love to have. I don't know if that's a real-time feasibility for our airport. It would be great to have, but it's also very expensive. So we have a nice interim thing. There's an active pushing at the national level by airplane groups to take those non-certified system like we have here and get them advertised on our charts the maps we fly off of, because it's great information. It's just not certified. But the FAA doesn't want to allow that currently, but they're being petitioned to change that. So it's a nice interim step that the system we have costs a little over $5,000, which is an order of magnitude, several orders of magnitude smaller. So, and then that following project that, and I can read it. Yep, and this is a wish list put together about 10 years ago, and I don't know where those other items stand, but when I talked to Armstrong Engineering today, they have neither of those later projects on their radar at the moment. So they're not being considered.
So you don't know who developed this spreadsheet other than the county?
The county did it in conjunction with the Airport Advisory Board about, I don't know, 7 or 10 years ago.
And the project, the capital project, the most need at the moment is the pavement maintenance on the runway?
That is in need, yes. And then the taxiway improvement project, scheduled for 2022, maybe pushed out to 25 or not, is needed. If anybody wants to come up, we can bring you up there, but the gentleman that plows that won't plow it, because when he does, he plows up pavement, not snow. And all of us at the airport fly propellered airplanes. None of us have a jet, and we don't have the fuel for that either. But I dinged up my prop because I pulled a rock up. When you start moving the plane, there's a suction behind the prop, and it dinged up my prop. So I had to send it off to get it reworked, and the next send off is a $4,000 fix. So yes, it's definitely in need. My guess, based the project that we're speaking of was originally intended to happen like 4 or 5 years ago, and this is how things work with the FAA and the State Aeronautics Division. So likely by the time the west apron fix is ready to go, the town would, at the continued rate of accrual from the cell tower, the town would be situated well financially for that project also.
Other questions? Yes.
Who is it that determines which projects get completed? Is it the state or federal government?
Not the federal. We're not eligible for federal money at our small airport. We're eligible for state money. So Armstrong Engineering comes out and surveys the airports every couple of years, and then looks at the conditions on the ground, works with the county and the airport advisory board to try to come up with a thoughtful solution to remedy the different deficiencies.
Other questions? Yes, Ms. Budinger.
I don't know anything about cell towers, but is there any chance that there would be another cell tower put up nearby there?
Likely not. The cell tower that's been up there for this 8 or 9 years still does not appear to have any antennas on it. So they're paying cell tower rent and not using it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Barrow.
On a page following the spreadsheet, do you have that? Cindy, can you give him that? Or
She just did, yes.
Okay. It says that Delta County average total revenue minus average expenses per year is a negative $17,121. So I don't know what the county's position is on that. I think that they're trying to, I assume that they're trying to figure out a way to cut some of those differences.
Mm-hmm.
Are
And
you aware of that?
they have not approached the airport advisory board about any of this, but I will share with you that this cost analysis does not include the property taxes that the individual hangar owners pay to the county for they have the footprint lease here, but each of those hangar owners also pays property taxes, and I would love to see what the property taxes are paid there, because in a back of envelope napkin kind of calculation, if I add what I've heard is the value of paid each year by hangar owners, and times the number of hangars, it would almost exactly zero out this cost analysis. So I find it unfortunate that they shared this with you and never have shared this with the airport advisory board. And next time when we have a meeting, I did ask the airport, the county to, I set up an airport advisory board meeting when I heard about they were approaching the town. As the chair, I asked for that meeting, and it was set, and then it was canceled by the county. Seems to be awry with Robert Rules of Order, because I was the one that called the meeting as the chair, and that typically means I have to cancel it, and that was not the case.
Other questions? Sure.
Follow up. I think that, you know, I understand the property tax thing. I pay a lot of property tax too, as do we all, but that's a different fund, and this is just, you know, cost versus expenses. You guys got any idea how we can get that number closer?
The county's in total control of that. The average in talking to the fixed base operator, that's the person they hire to maintain the airport. His name is Mike Lawson. His yearly budget is in the neighborhood of $35,000 a year, and I am not privy to that information. That's a contract, so I don't know what it all contains, but it would be, the Airport Advisory Board would be happy to sit down and talk with them about any and all these subjects. They just haven't approached us, and they canceled my last meeting.
Other questions? Yes.
So just to follow up on the decisions regarding upcoming projects and how they're scheduled, with the town responsible for 75% of the local funds related to that, I'm kind of surprised that we don't have a representative already involved in those conversations. Do you have any history about how that decision-making body was set up between the county and the advisory board, or?
Yes, the town has a person appointed by the town to the Airport Advisory Board, and we've seen him at one meeting in 8, 9 years.
When you say a person appointed by the town to the advisory board, you mean a member of our town board, or
No,
someone?
he was not.
Okay.
It's
A member of the community. Okay.
Stan Parks, and he was
Okay.
appointed by a former council, and I don't know, I presume that is continued, but he has not attended. He's attended but one meeting.
Okay. Is that this is more of a staff question, is that a position that should be reappointed with each new board, and is that something we need to get on the agenda?
I know it hasn't been, it's just been done on an as-needed basis historically, but if that is something that the board would like to reinvestigate or put out to see whom else might be willing to serve on the board, we can do that.
Okay.
It has been, I can't remember exactly how long, but it has been several years that he's been the appointee to that board.
Okay. And is that something that you need a formal motion on, or can that just be board? Well, I guess that would be not in this
Yeah.
meeting anyway.
No, yeah.
You can-
But is it
you
just
can-
board direction?
Yep, you can provide board direction to open that position up, and we would notify our current representative so that he could resubmit if he wanted to continue and open it up to other people who may be interested.
Okay. And along with that, would that be a position where we could request regular reports so that we can make sure we're staying more informed about the agreements? Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from anyone? Okay.
The town's attorney had some additional questions that he wanted answered, and I don't have those in front of me, so I can't recall what they are.
And I don't have them either. No, I have committee meetings and JDS. Yep.
Yeah, I don't have the questions that he may have had, but I will get them from him and I can forward them so that you can share them with your board.
Okay.
And move forward. I know from the conversations that I've had with the county specific to this, basically what the information that was shared with us was that the county doesn't have a specific plan in mind one way or another. They just felt it was necessary to come back to the board, have the conversation, and it has been stated to me on a couple of occasions that they would like to see the town include a line item out of the general fund specific for the support of the airport, in addition to the dedicated fund that we already have with the tower agreement.
And did they happen to mention why? I mean,
It was intimated that there was some concern about changes in grant availability and structure under different administrations. So.
okay. The Colorado Aeronautics grant process has remained stable since the entire time I was with the council, starting back in 2002. It remains the same to date, so I'm unsure what that change might be, but given the current situation, the MOU's in place, the town's well suited for the next project and likely the one after.
I know the one thing that Commissioner Kuntz said that he thought it was a CDOT grant that they were going after,
Mhm.
and not, unless what you're referring to is under CDOT.
Yes, I'm referring to CDOT. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
only funds available to our airport, and they remain 90% CDOT, 10% local cost share, and have been that way since the early 2000s.
And who generally writes that grant?
The county does, as part of the operations of the airport, and that would be listed in the 2009 MOU.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Bear.
I think another concern would be the ongoing, the deficits on the ongoing operations. And I would really appreciate it as one councilman, you would get together with John Bear or Wendell Kuntz at the county and have a discussion what the real concerns are and interact with the council to help us move along this process.
I would be glad to, but the county, when they canceled my last meeting, they said they wanted to have this conversation with the town first before they talked to us. So
They've had that.
So I believe what's in front of you, having discussions with the county, are part and parcel for what they're asking for, and they have indicated that they will talk with the Airport Advisory Board after that concludes.
And I can add, I know some of the, some additional information when it comes to the deficit that has been brought to our attention by Attorney Bayer, is that the, because while Mr. Clausen lives on site, there isn't a real clear, concise tracking of how many planes come in and out, because he's not there. You know, they're not tracking every single person that comes in, lands, and things like that. So a lot of it's based on experience and just best guesstimates that could be provided. Would you say?
He does, Mike very easily tracks all the fuel sales, but that is not all the airport traffic, because a lot of people the Norfolk Valley Airport's a great training facility for newer pilots because of its aircraft carrier style. It is very unforgiving of a low approach, potentially. So, so lots of flight instructors will bring their students up to our airport for that practice.
And to my knowledge, the airport is also very valuable with any kind of firefighting or emergency services.
Absolutely, and I haven't even covered those, and I did send individually to each council member the CDOT revenue analysis, the most recent, and includes a number of in the $500 and some thousand revenue enhancement for, you know, the area. So valuable in that sense also. If you want a treatise on search and rescue and air firefighting and all that stuff that can happen, Mr. Garrett is on with the search and rescue group and does a lot of flying for their search and rescues, and he can give you a further update if you're so interested.
Trustee Knutson?
Yeah, it seems like the next steps would be for this board to take action on getting a more active appointee to your board. And then the next piece would be for you to again approach the county now that this meeting has happened and kind of clear it up. So that's what I expect to happen, is at our next meeting we could make that appointment, and then that would be time for you as chair to hit the county again with it's time for us to get together.
I would be most happy to request another meeting by the Airport Advisory Board.
I suspect that we won't be able to do it that fast because we would have to ask for letters of interest. So it would have to be middle of August, first meeting in August, the soonest. Yes.
How often do you typically have your meetings? Are they monthly, quarterly?
In the past, they've been quarterly, and we haven't had a lot to address, so they've been more as needed as of late. And so I'd be glad to go. We have some board members that would like to make it more semi-monthly or something, so I'd be glad to do that.
Would you please, okay, but could you come to the microphone because we're recording the meeting and it doesn't get picked up if you're not on the mic? Thank you.
I'm rather new on the airport board, but my understanding is coming into this, that we're wanting to make sure that the city is interested in investigating and moving forward before we go put pressure on the county. And that's, we're making sure that we're not knocking on a dead door.
Okay.
Carl Schwen, I'm a general contractor in Delta, commercial pilot, flight instructor. Aviation is in my blood.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the reasoning in terms of appointing someone to serve as a representative of our board on the Airport Advisory Council. It sounds like we just chose a citizen member previously, but I wonder if it might be more appropriate to choose a member of our board if their role is to represent the board.
And that's a distinct possibility. As I recall, I was at the meeting where they discussed this the last time it came up, and there was huge contention over whether it should be a board member or a member of the public, and they finally decided to have it be a member of the public because of all the controversy surrounding it. But if this board is so inclined, it seems to me that it could definitely be a board member versus a member of the public. Trustee Mack.
Do you remember what the contention was?
I believe it was that Mr. Bruner wanted to be the representative, and they thought that because he had a glider up there, he had a vested interest in it, and so it was a conflict of interest. That's to the best of my recollection. Yes, he was on the board at the time. Yes, Mr. Bear.
Perhaps it should be a member of the board and a member of the airport. Be on the,
Yeah, we get one seat.
just one, okay.
It was not. I was an ancillary member.
So I guess it could be a board decision as to whether we wanted to do it off the board itself or if we wanted to go ahead and call for letters of interest and do it that way. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
I'd just like to ask the Airport Advisory Committee if they think it would be, from the perspective of the things you discuss at your meeting, would it be more valuable to have someone who's more familiar with airport operations, flying, things like that, or more valuable to have someone representing the interests of the town who might not have that kind of expertise?
I would say from my experience, if there's a board member willing, that might be most useful. That's my perspective, and I'm getting a thumbs up. Yeah, that's what they're saying. I suggested a town board member being on that board might be more effective than. Yeah.
Okay, Larry, please come to the microphone. State your name and then.
Larry Garrett,
Thank you.
Paonia resident and proponent of the airport, should I say. I'm an old Air Force guy. There's many things, too, that oftentimes don't get seen that go on up at the airport. West Elk Mountain Rescue guys, of which I am a member, they get calls all time of the day and night, and not just purely in Delta, believe me. We've been called out and performed for Delta and paid also. Gunnison County are the people that we generally respond to because they don't want to come all the way over here, and by the time they do, that person that was lost in rainy weather, like we're getting right now, will die of hypothermia. That's very possible in the summer, especially if you're up high. And so I think that you can play with the numbers a lot of different ways, but there's a lot of people who's still around today because of the acts of that group. And it's kind of an analogy, I think, would be like the firehouse. Okay, you've got all of these assets, you'll have all of these trained people, you have buildings, you have expenses that the town pays, and when you need them, you really need them. It's exactly like the Glenwood scene today. They had a real proponent, a real marketing type manager who was really gung-ho. She had her heart in it because she grew up there. She moved to New Zealand, but yet she sent another letter, a huge letter of support to try to keep that airport on the map as an airport, as opposed to a truncated airport, meaning shortened runway or something like that, which was more palatable to those who wanted to develop that land for money. And she succeeded in holding him off while she was here, but she's been gone about a year or so. And that happens all the time. It's a recurring event, it seems, for small airports. I've been a member of probably 10 different airports over a span of about 30 years, from Colorado Springs to Utah to California. It just always seems to be those who have no clue what's there or how it is used. All they know is that if our airport was out in the middle of town here, everybody would know how active it is. They would know its assets, how it wants to become a very friendly neighbor. It's a useful next point of transportation. And I mentioned it last time I was at the meeting. Another rock falls off of the cliff over there at the Peonia Reservoir. You shut off one whole huge access. Guys going to work and coming back. They have to really do some fancy dancing to go over McClure by themselves around that rock. And so it seems to me to be not very sensible to cut it off because we can't make money immediately on it that we can spend on some other project. That's the point. Just like a firehouse. You could sell that building and you could sell a lot of beautiful trucks and well-trained guys who are motivated to do the job. I would just be very hesitant to do something like that. And example, Travis and I went and he knew where the water was leaking. It had to be upstream of the tank years ago. And we flew it in the middle of the wintertime, and there was a huge reservoir all by itself up there. So, and the fire chief, Mike Byers, he was going to send his guys on a wild goose chase up there, but it looked like a fire at the time, and it was a methane gas vent blowing off dust in the air, and it looked a hell of a lot like a fire. And you don't just scramble to the top of Pilot Mountain, they call it. And some other places where they have methane gas vents, but it was a distant one. You couldn't really see it with the telescope, a microscope or binoculars, and so we flew over it on a phone call because it's only 3.5 miles from here. And an airplane, can cover a lot of miles very quickly relative to driving a truck or a fire truck or a West Elk Mountain rescue truck, for that matter. If you don't know where you're going to, precisely, then you're going to be very inefficient at trying to find that lost person or find a fire. If it's a big enough one, you're going to see the flames. Well, they fought the fire out at Glenwood using airplanes, a lot of them. And this airport, I mentioned last time, has been used when the burn on the north side of the road there, or the west side of the 92, right here, 133 rather, right here. You can see burn still. It hasn't revegetated very well. And we have that same facility that, we still have water up there just for that reason at that airport. And so I'm a real proponent of it because it does a lot of good for a lot of people, and very few people really know about it. Has everybody in here even been up to the airport? Well, you're missing a beautiful place for a picnic because there's a beautiful it has a cover over the table. It's made out of cement. It won't get blown away, which is a good thing up there. And there's campsites, and it's not public campsites. It's generally for transient pilots that need a place to crash and get up and go in the morning. That happens a lot. It's a fabulous facility, and I would hate to see, in the hurry to be able to balance the books exactly precisely in these times, especially after a year of not selling gas up there very much, not as much. We're going to see a huge influx of tourists this year. I bet double everything. And those people will see YouTube and then they'll go out and try and mimic it up there halfway up, in the mountains, the ridge over there. All of the mountains around here are dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. And a lot of people come from low altitude, and between that and just the exertion, the people that go and actually get out of bed and put on their Go Fat Pack are people like me, people like Ira, Ira Hauswert, who's a really great leader for that team, as is Phil. So I would hate to see us just needlessly get rid of such an asset that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Thank you. Yes, Trustee Budinger.
I don't know, maybe if this is a little off the wall, but I would imagine that with our new marijuana ordinance that will be opening here, it won't be very long before people who fly also find out that there's marijuana here, and maybe that increases the pilots that come. It sounds pretty nice up there.
Might I answer
Yes.
that one directly?
Yes.
Every license that I have, which is a whole stack of licenses, they are not state licenses, they are not city licenses, they are federal licenses. And the federal law says thou shalt not play around with anything marijuana-wise. And you can call it THC or PBG or whatever you want to call it. But there's a very foolish, no pilot generally is going to play with that stuff, at least. They used to have lots of airstrips around here, and they still do, but they're not usable. But they were used a lot in the early days of the marijuana scene. I was in the service then, and I knew better than to play with it because I'd be in Leavenworth in those days. People today don't have any kind of bounds like that, I guess. But the pilot licenses are very expensive, and it takes a lot to keep them current, which I do religiously because I have a lot to lose in the deal. And certainly there's nobody going to be playing with that stuff around any of my equipment or any of my anythings, simply because of that reason. It's too great a risk for pilots, and if they have any education at all about what the laws are, that's one of them. That's a federal license. It is not a state license, and they'll lose it, and they won't be able to get it back. And if they ever wanted to be an airline pilot when they grow up and grow out of their adolescent need for experimentation, they'll find out that they just shot their foot off with respect to any kind of commercial aviation.
Yes.
Just one other item that I think we need to take into consideration is that our own police force has driving training up there as well. So.
And neighboring jurisdictions, other police departments within the county participate in that annual driving safety that's put on by CIRSA at the airport, at no charge to the town, of course.
And just so you know, my daughter, whether she was a willing participant or not, did her snow driving course up on the airport, courtesy of me. It's not a sanctioned course, but she learned how to drive in the snow.
So it seems to me that the general direction is that maybe on the next agenda we should put this item to appoint somebody to the Airport Advisory Committee, possibly off the board if that's the board way we want to go with it, and then we can move ahead with these negotiations. Okay then, unless somebody has something else they would like to say, yes, it's Trustee Mack.
I have been to the airport many times and have flown out of there. Thank you, Larry. And as Mr. Garrett was saying, you know, this is a little bit more than balancing the budget. Maybe to loosely paraphrase him, personally, I think the airport is a much bigger asset than a lot of us realize, and probably even has more uses than were mentioned here tonight. And I fully support doing everything we can to see that this operation continues. So yeah, it would be nice to have somebody report to us, be it a trustee or a citizen, but to get regular reports. And I do vaguely remember that meeting when they appointed Stan to as the liaison, and with so many things, I'm sure with any government, the ball kind of got dropped there, but this is, I think, protecting this airport and keeping it should be a priority of ours. That's my personal opinion. So, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, and I was just going to add as well that in the conversations, the county has never stated to the town either that they wanted to shut down the airport or anything. They really were looking for ideas as well, and so they ran the gamut. They said, you know, we could turn it into a dirt pit, but or you know, in fancy land, make it a commercial. You just look at everything in between. Similar to when I'm talking about roads and things. When I said when I'm looking at a road and we're talking about a road in town, I think about, well, we could take it down to dirt till we could pave it in gold, and where are we going to end in the middle? And so I think that they were looking for that as well. Is that what are ideas, and maybe that through the advisory group and through the town and the county, that are ideas that if we want to maintain the asset, that we can do to better support the asset, or maybe offer other suggestions and other ways to utilize that so that it is a better recognized asset, because it is one of those things, I think, sometimes for those that don't utilize it, that it's out of sight, out of mind until we talk about the budget.
And I would like to add that the long-range the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, urban transport scenario is to go back what the original plan was for small airports. We are soon going to have certified vertical takeoff airplanes, and with electric short range, and the idea is to never drive to the Grand Junction Airport again. You drive to the Peonia Airport, you jump in one of those and get a flight down, and then you jump on your commercial airliner from there. So that is the federal government's plan to reduce pollution, congestion in the cities and on the roads nearby.
So after listening to our training yesterday, our SORSA training yesterday, looks like we can definitely look far into the future with our planning here. Okay. Yes, Trustee Pattison.
Yeah, just one more comment. I appreciate that Administrator Ferguson is able to provide some more information about where the county's at, but I feel like it's still not clear to me exactly what they're looking to negotiate with us. And I think before we send someone to negotiate on behalf of the board, it would be helpful to have something maybe in writing from the county with more detail about exactly what they're looking for here, so that the board can prepare our representative to speak with our voice.
Yeah, that can be done. I think I have a slightly different take on that, is that if you go into the negotiation with an open mind and a fresh idea about things, then maybe you have a better negotiating position and a more open mind to find different solutions. But we can definitely get more information as well. Yes, Trustee May.
Are you going to have your pancake breakfast again?
All right, can we hold you to that, Mr. Garrett? Oh. Good advertising, though. Okay. If you're going to say lots of stuff, you really need to say it into the mic.
Okay, but you can't see me. All you do is hear me on the voice.
That's okay.
There's a lot of things that can be done that haven't really been done with marketing involved, and that is like STEM, you know. Aspen has a fabulous place, but we're not an Aspen. Colorado Springs has a fabulous such STEM program, and they have airplanes. And they're for high schoolers to stay motivated in the STEM sciences. I think that could maybe work, since we're consolidating all the high schoolers in the area down to, what is it now? Hotchkiss High School? North Fork, just like the airport, right?
Yeah.
Because the airport was offered to Hotchkiss, Crawford, and County in the early on days. So, you know, it's those kinds of things that the parents appreciate, that the youthful people get something out of and walk home and talk about it and get excited about something in life other than whatever else they do. It's just another outlet to take that energy and turn it into a real learning experience, touch, feel, twist, turn, rivet, you name it. And that's a powerful skill to go forth with, as opposed to you sat on a seat for 4 years in high school and You're more interested in your little games here. So,
All right, thank you. Well, we only have 12 minutes till the next, 11 minutes till the next meeting starts, so I'd like to go ahead and adjourn this and move on to giving the board a little break before we go at it again. Thank you so much.
Mayor Backren? Trustee Bear? Trustee Budinger?
Here.
Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Knutson? Trustee Meck?
Here.
Trustee Pattison? Here.
Okay, we have a quorum and can continue. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to that effect?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion?
It's long.
Understatement of the century, Trustee Bear. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Next item on the agenda is the announcements. We have several people that are going to make announcements. The first one on the list is Ms. Seriani. Would you come to the microphone? Thank you.
Okay, all right, I got it now. So I'm Jean Seriani, I'm on the hospital board, and I am right now acting board chair. So Mary sent me an email last week, and she asked me if I could at least describe to her what was going on with the clinics, so Paonia and surrounding areas could have some information about that. On the 21st of July, this clinic as a walk-in clinic will close. From then on, that clinic and all the walk-in patients will be seen at the West Elk Clinic in Hotchkiss. They will have both walk-in clinic capabilities, they'll have same-day appointments, and they'll continue on with their regular patient appointments like they do. You will not have to be a patient of Delta Health. You will not have to be a patient of the West Elk Clinic to be seen there as a walk-in patient. This is going to happen in Delta Family. The urgent care in Delta will be closed on the 21st as well. So this all starts on the 22nd. So the urgent care in Delta will close. Those patients will be able to be seen at Delta Family. They'll be able to be seen at the internal medicine office and also at the pediatric office in Delta. So it's the same thing. You don't have to be a patient of Delta Health. You don't have to be a patient of that clinic. You can go in and be seen as a walk-in patient. They are asking that after 3 visits, you at least try to establish with one of the providers there. So anybody can walk in there and be seen. They're going to do extended evening hours. They're going to do extended weekend hours. This is all happening because we really want to be able to continue quality, accessible health care to everybody in the valley. COVID has hit us pretty hard. We have not caught up financially with, they shut down everything that made money for us, the government did. They shut down our outpatient surgeries. They shut down everything that really made money for us. And so now we're trying to catch up. Mary said that you can't ask me questions, but I am more than willing to come back at some point and discuss all this with you guys. So I would just need an invitation.
Thank you so much for coming and letting us know about this. It's very appreciated. It's heartbreaking.
It breaks my heart because this was what I put together. I'm the one who pushed for this clinic up here. When I went on the board, hospital board, that was one of my first priorities, is that Paonia have health care again. And so, yes, it breaks everyone's heart. It really breaks my heart too. But I think, you know, we all have to step back and say, okay, we really need to continue with good health care, and what does that look like? And right now, that's what it looks like. So if you invite me back, I will come.
Thank you very much. You may get an invitation. All right. Next up is the drought update and town water information. Travis, Corinne?
In your packet, you do see the numbers that we've, production numbers and also spillage numbers for June. Our production numbers were very high compared to the month prior. And some of that is because we were doing PM maintenance on sewer where we have to use potable water. So that was quite a bit of water there. We are still spilling. Not as much as we usually are this time of year, but we are still spilling a little bit of water. So right now we're doing pretty well.
I have one question. Compared to other years, how far is our production down?
Our prior years, our production, that water that we've made is probably only down maybe a third of what it normally is this time of year. But our spring flows are probably, we're probably 2/3 down of normal.
All right. Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Based on that trend, do you have an idea of when you expect that we'll stop spilling unless there's a significant change in the rain? I know that's a difficult question.
I have no
but
prediction.
no prediction, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Trustee Bear.
I realize that the meter's been broken through April of this year, but I see in May we sold more water than we made. What's the issue there? If I'm reading the chart right. Water produced was 7,800,000 gallons. Water sold was 8,600,000 gallons. Is there?
That was with the old numbers. That wasn't off of the the actual meter. That was off of the computer.
Okay, so is that problem been rectified for the June numbers then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for Mr. Loberg? Okay, oh, yes, Trustee Patterson.
I actually don't have another question about the water at this time. I just wanted to make it clear to the public. I did have a lot of written questions that I submitted, including questions about this and many other topics related to the meeting. In the interest of time, I don't have any plan to rehash all of those during the meeting tonight, but my written questions and staff's responses to those questions are publicly available. So I just wanted to make that known, and hopefully we can maybe include it in the next packet just as an addenda, well, in some way.
We can include it in the next packet. There are some copies. We have a large number in here, so if everyone took one, they may be gone. But on the back table, there was packets labeled as additions for Tuesday, and the Q&A and some other documents are included in that. If those packets are gone, they are easily available, and we can provide them at Town Hall.
All right, thank you. Yes, Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, my question is for the first item. It says to provide accurate number. 2 meters need updated. Once received and installed, we will provide them, provide flows into plant. And I think that was probably one of your questions. I'm just wondering if we have those 2 meters or when they'll be received and replaced.
The 1 meter is on order. I still haven't got a definite date when it will be received. The other meter is not does not need updated. It just needs repair on the computer side, the data collecting side of it. And they anticipate being out here in the next week to do that, but they told me that 2 weeks ago also. So I haven't got an actual date when they will be here.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, Trustee Miller.
Okay, this is not related to the drought. So I just want to make sure that I have a chance to say something.
Okay, maybe under well, this is announcements. Go ahead then.
Is it appropriate to make a motion?
I guess so.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to place on the next agenda a discussion and possible action on the town hall hours of operation in light of COVID largely, the effects of COVID largely being over.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, we discussed that, Ms. Ferguson and I discussed that today and decided that since the governor has rescinded his disaster orders, that would be on the next agenda to actually take care of that and then to do the reopening of the town hall at the same time.
Then I would like to rescind my motion.
Okay. I was going to announce that too, so you beat me to it. Okay, well, I do have one more question for Travis. And that is, so we anticipate the 2 million or the 1 million gallon tank coming online relatively soon, correct?
Correct.
Will we be spilling at the 1 million gallon tank?
As of now, yes.
Okay, and so we've got a lot more springs that are feeding into the 1 million gallon tank than we do the 2 million gallon tank, correct?
Yes, but they're a lot lower producing springs.
Okay. Okay. All right. That was what I wanted to know. Thank you. All right. Yes, Trustee Pattison.
Sorry, I did have one more. On page 13 in the packet, it says the data does not account for usage estimation months, and I just don't understand what that means. Could you provide a little more detail on what a usage estimation month is?
That's for when in the winter times the meters that are not radio read, instead of opening the pit, they're estimated readings. Correct, I think.
You got it right. So there's when the weather temperature, it used to be policy at Town Hall that there was 6 months out of the year that Public Works didn't read the meters over the winter months, and they just established a 6-month period of time that they did that. And so during those 6 months over winter, it was, they call it usage estimation, but basically you're just billed the exact same amount you were billed the last month that your meter was read. And then when they resumed reading in April of the next year, the system should auto-reconcile based on what you actually used versus what you were billed. And so either you got a credit on your bill if you were overbilled, or you received a larger bill because you were underbilled for actual usage. We don't do that based on a 6-month any longer. The last several years, Travis and I have looked at weather and determined at what point we start. It usually is, last year I think we did it for 4 months. And so we just base it on when the weather actually requires us to stop reading the meter, and then we start again as soon as weather permits.
Okay. Anything else before we move on? All right. Seeing nothing. Next item, are there any other announcements before we move on? Okay. No, that's visitors and guests. That's next. Okay. All right. Seeing none, then let's move on with visitors and guests, recognition of visitors and guests. So public comment for items that are not on the agenda. That is what the visitors and guests portion of the program is about. Please raise your hand to speak and be recognized. Then come to the podium and state your name and address. There will be no public demonstrations of any kind, applause, snickering, muttered comments, any of the like. No name calling or personal attacks will be permitted. Please present factual information, and please do not have conversations in the audience. It is disrespectful and disruptive to the board and those who do wish to hear the meeting. If you must have them, take them out of the room. So how many people would like to address the board at this time? Okay, I think we'll be able to do 3 minutes apiece, but I'm going to ask Mr. Bush to come up first, since he's special.
I wasn't really anticipating the need to speak to the board tonight. I was going to answer any questions with regard to Cherry Days. I do want to thank the town, Public Works, the police department for their support during Cherry Days. I thought it was exceptional. I think the festival greatly benefited from the support we got from the town. And as we look forward to the BMW rally this week, we're looking forward to one more successful event. So with that, does anybody have any questions about Cherry Days or the BMW rally?
Questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for everything you did to make this whole thing a success. It was a wonderful, wonderful event, Mr. Bush, and we appreciate it tons. Okay, Bobby and Mary, I believe you had your hands up. Yep, press the top button.
My name is Mary DeFranco, 624 7th Street. I am here about a fence issue, and I really like Corinne as a person, so I just want to say that. A permit was given for a 7-foot fence, and there was no notification given to the adjoining landowner that they could make a comment on it, and the owner went ahead, put the 7-foot fence in, not on the property, not where it was surveyed. It has caused a huge repercussion in our lives. It is going on. It's quite expensive. She also, it looks like the survey will show next week, moved her fence onto the town property also in the alley. So anyway, I just wanted to put this out there that not following that notification to the owner, where it would have been known that a fence was going up, and we never would have given permission for a 7-foot fence if we had been notified. And in the town bylaws, it says that notification, once given, the adjoining landowners have to give written permission for this to happen. There wasn't notification, there was nothing, it was just given. So that's what I'm here for. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. Do you wish follow-up from the town at all?
Can I say something?
Okay, go for it.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that this particular subject be placed on the agenda for the next meeting so it can be further analyzed.
Has something to say?
The only thing that I would add is that that this is accurate information. I've met with Mr. Franco and her son as the adjoining property owners. This was the first one that was permitted after the modification was made, and that step was skipped. I would hesitate putting it on the agenda in absence of the town attorney, because the situation was discussed with the town attorney, and he has been in contact with the individual who put up the fence, and that's all the information I had to add.
Well, I still would like to have it on the agenda. Whether we leave it on or take it off in the future is, subject to what goes on with the attorney. But I think at this time, this thing needs to be put on the agenda.
Second.
All right, further discussion? Yes, Mr. Trustee Johnson.
Yeah, I would agree with Trustee Bear as well. It's a very simple thing. We can put it on the agenda and then hear the attorney's thoughts on it and go from there.
If the attorney is unable to attend the meeting when this is on the agenda, would it be possible for us to get a summary in writing of communication to date and any other information that the attorney thinks we should have so that we're well informed for the discussion?
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Franco.
Thank you.
All right, who else wanted to? Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, 215 Delta Avenue, and I'm using this moment, this time to be here as a guest because this is an issue that has not been on, it wasn't on the meeting agenda packet last meeting, and it's not on this one either. And I wanted to point out that the town of Paonia is considering resuming a park maintenance contract. And I don't see where this contract has been advertised anywhere. It's not on the web page, it's not on Facebook. It appears it's this legal section of the DCI. So I'm kind of concerned that this hasn't been made public through a meeting, that there is the here we go again, a park maintenance contractor. Is it me? Here we go. Okay, here we go. We'll get it. Anyway, I'm concerned that this has not been made public and that I don't know if you've had any interest, anybody come in with some interest, but it closes July 19th, and Mayor Bachman and I had an email exchange about this, and I recommended that they a contractor post haste and not wait till the middle of July. Appreciate that this has been done, but I don't know if anyone in the world of people that can do this sort of work even know about it. So let me take this moment to tell people on YouTube and everyone in this room that this is available, and if people are interested, they should get in there. They should come into the town, look at the contract, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right.
I do apologize. I know we're a little iffy on responses, but I do want to respond to that just to state that this was not a contract. Of course, if we were going to do a contract, that would have to go to the board. This was, I, as administrator, had reached out and published this in the paper to see if I could get an idea of what the interest would be and what the cost associated would be, so we could so that I had the comparison of what a contract cost would be in comparison to what we pay in-house to do this, so that I could bring that to the board and find out if that was a direction the board wanted to go into, at which time we would go through an entire process of the RFP. I have had several people respond and ask for a copy of the template contract so that they can review and decide if they wanted to supply that information to myself.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Trustee Bear.
Well, I can understand you soliciting information and potential bidders and stuff like that. I think that we all would want to look at a parks contractor for next year. But why put it in the legal section, and why didn't you tell us?
Ms. Ferguson?
I sent to the DCI for publication, and the fact that it's in the legal section, I'm not exactly sure about. It was a want ad for looking for information, and it wasn't done in any way trying to not tell you. There's a lot of activities that I do on a day-to-day basis as part of my day-to-day job that doesn't each individually get reported.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Just for clarification, where we're at this stage is it was a want ad and it specified that you're looking for information only. It was in no way a request for bids at this stage. Is that accurate?
It stated that we were considering, and that if there was an interest, to please get the contract, a copy of the contract, and an idea of what the cost would be. Yes. because we were looking for, and that's exactly what I said, that it was we were considering, not that we were going to or that it was going to be open, but that there was a consideration. And so that again was me looking to get ideas of what the cost would be in comparison to what we pay, so that then that data would be available to the board to make a decision on whether or not for the next budget season, if we wanted to continue in-house or if we wanted to put out for an RFP with an already having an idea of what that cost associated would be.
Okay. It sounds to me like we have at least one member of the community who is a little confused by how it showed up in the paper and where it was. So at this stage, I think it might be helpful if we could at least get a statement on the website or similar explaining where we're at in the process and that the board has not been involved at this stage, so that anyone responding isn't under the impression that this is a board-generated RFP and that we're actively seeking contracts at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Elaine Brett, 1899 Hawks Haven Road. So what does a former management and organizational consultant do when they have a broken leg? I get out my flip charts and I brainstormed with myself. One of the things I was thinking about, and this is kind of a carry-on from the comment that I made last time, is in working in management and in organizational work, I have found over the years that people in service jobs are very much underappreciated. And I think that's true here in the town of Paonia, not just at the town, but in other service-oriented jobs as well. People tend to want to complain, want to criticize, and not really consider what these people do and how much they contribute to making this the wonderful town that it is. So to be brief, I wrote it all down on my flip charts. The first chart there was just a little brainstorm, and I know you can't see it, but hopefully somebody might even take a picture of that and put it on Facebook for once. The first one is just my sitting down and thinking about what does town staff do on a day-to-day basis. And that first long list is just an outsider's observation of what these folks do in their day-to-day. It's a long list, and I know it's not complete because I'm not inside. I don't know it all. The other 2 pages are some of the things that I've observed and appreciate the people who are getting those jobs done. And when you've got another complaint or something to put up, take a look at that and realize how busy people are, how they're trying to do a good job, and maybe appreciate them a little bit. So I've said it before in front of this board and this town. I thank you, I thank the staff, and hope that other people appreciate what folks are doing. And step back a little bit and realize what these jobs are and how much and how hard people work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brett. Who else? Yes. Ms. Watson? All right. We clapped before for Mr. Bush, so we're not going to clap again. He's special.
I'd like to maybe consider a different perspective on what we just heard. And I hope that there's an appreciation for the audience among this board and members of the public, because the way I see it is we're helping crowdsource a position that we have hired someone who actually is not very trained. And it's because of the public coming forward with concerns and observations that some of these things, important things, are actually getting done. That being said, I want to ask for a link to YouTube on the homepage of the town website to our YouTube channel. There's nothing there, it's hard to find. So if you could put a YouTube link next to Facebook. And then again, there was a great meeting last night, and there are no auto-generated captions. He was very hard to hear. I thought I would be able to look at the subtitles, and I went to the YouTube video, and there are no captions available. You cannot understand what Sam Light was was talking to you about. That was very disappointing. And aside from that, I'd like to read this ad in the legal notices. It says, the town of Paonia is considering resuming a parks contract. Copies of the contract are available upon request at the town offices and by email at corinne@townofpaonia.com. Bids are due no later than 4:30 on July 19th. Please contact the town administrator for additional information. To me, it sounded like we were asking for bids. If this is just a fishing expedition to find out what it costs to take care of the park, it's not fair to ask contractors to come forward. This is not serious. And then, don't we have an idea of what it costs to maintain our parks? Don't we have a budget that we budgeted costs for? Haven't we had parks contractors in the past? Don't we have a public works director that proposed canceling the last parks contract because we could do it in-house for cheaper? Certainly we have a trained staff here, an administrative staff, that would be able to crunch some numbers and give us an idea of what it costs to take care of the parks, so we know what we might expect when we ask for bids. But to ask the bidders to set the costs of taking care of the parks for us doesn't sound right. It sounds a little backwards. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry we're not clapping. Except for Bob Bushka. All right, who else would like to address the board? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee
Sorry, Mayor
Patterson.
Beckron, if I may.
Are we here?
Just
Hey.
one second, just one second.
Just to modify my previous comment, because I had not seen the way this was written in the paper, I wonder if we could also do a retraction to the DCI to make it clear that we're not actively soliciting bids at this time, because that does sound a little confusing to me. And I think a retraction would be appropriate just to clarify the stage of the process for anyone who may be communicating with the town, expecting that we're further along than we are in discussing this. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Jackson.
Pamela Jackson, 41664 Reds Road. No, I don't live in Paonia anymore. Am I allowed to speak? I believe that the town has done some great things. I think Poulos Park is awesome. I love all the things we've done. But I have two things to say. Transparency, transparency, transparency. And complaints, I wouldn't call it complaints. When people come forward because they have a concern, I think we should address that.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Yes. Mr. Zimmer.
Frederick Zimmer, 40887 German Creek Drive. I've come to the last few meetings and just trying to get some perspective on what all goes on. And to the point of town having done a bunch of good things, it just seems like the context of these meetings is so adversarial. So people are getting up and complaining about what's not done with no acknowledgement of what is done. To your point about the bidding for the park, it's standard procedure to get bids from people to decide how you might proceed. Costs change all the time. So I think as an example, that's just somebody jumping on an opportunity to complain about the way things function. And I just would much prefer, I appreciate the point about community involvement and that this group of people is engaged and they spend a lot of time thinking and preparing to be here. I just think it would be so much better for the community if people came with the intention of cooperation. Bring your intelligence, bring your perspective to the point of creating a better community, not just ripping things apart, trying to take people down that are working hard and creating the community that we have. I would offer that most of you, because I interact with them a lot, don't understand what people up here do on a day-to-day basis. So my only point is, please, can we all back off a few notches, get some perspective, and make an effort to work together? We're a small town in western Colorado. We live in an amazing place. Please, take advantage of one another in a positive way. Feed the positive good. Bring your good ideas, bring your complaints, bring your opinion in a way that serves, not in a way that destroys. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a comment? Ms. Jackson, if you want to make a comment. No, Ms.
On my property in 4 different ways,
Ms. Jackson, you, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Jackson. M- All right. Would anyone else like to address the board? Yes, Mr. Markham.
I just want to recognize that, oh, sorry,
Just
Thomas Markle,
thank you.
302 Second Street. Thanks. I just want to recognize that Elaine was just coaching you on 3 minutes. You'll see it on the video when Suzanne was talking. A big sigh and a number 3. So I appreciate Miss Brett's input and participation in town, and I appreciate her inclusive language that she used in the last meeting, and I hope that someday she'll join us in being a citizen of Paonia and fight with us. Join us. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me, if we're going to have a back and forth, please take it out of the room. All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
Since this has become quite a little topic of conversation right now, I would like some clarification from the board, because at several committee meetings, created like advisory water committee meetings and other discussions, there have been many times that I've been directed to, hey, can you go to the engineer, because that's the person that does this job, and get an estimate. What would this cost? Ask some engineers, what would this cost? So maybe bid wasn't the right word. Maybe I should have said estimate instead of bid. But again, that's exactly what you're doing. Can I crunch numbers and tell you what it costs for the town of Paonia to take care of the parks? Absolutely. Is that necessarily going to equate what it's going to cost to go to an expert contractor who has equipment and team that they're going to bring in? Does that mean that their costs are going to fall in line with what our costs are? And so I'm looking for some clarification, because I see that a word may have caused an issue, but I repeatedly get direction to go to the expert and get an idea of the cost.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Trustee Patterson.
So to clarify my concern, I think it was, I appreciate the work that Administrator Ferguson has done on this, and I think getting estimates is absolutely the right next step to bring data to the board so that we can make an informed decision. My concern is with the word bid, because we do have a formal bidding process, and I'm worried that using the word bid outside of that process could create the wrong impression with potential respondents. And I just want to make sure that we're not creating confusion either with people who are responding, who expect that we're further in the process and that they're providing a bid to be considered, which might entail a lot more work than they would otherwise provide at this stage, or confusing members of the public who are surprised to hear that we're taking bids on something that we haven't discussed in open meeting. So the specific language of bid is my concern, not at all the getting estimates, which I believe is appropriate action.
Trustee Knudsen.
I'd like to make 2 comments to that. First of all, we have an agenda item later on in the meeting about our purchasing policy, and I think that's the appropriate place for this discussion in order to put it in the context of what's policy. The second thing is I was personally inspired by citizen Shane Smith, who came to us with a complaint and offered to help. And that's what I don't see enough of. I really was inspired by that. There's a group in my neighborhood that wants to start cleaning up the springs and bringing volunteers up to the springs to try and clean those up. That kind of volunteer help is what we're really looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I appreciate what's being said, because I read the paper and that was something I was going to bring up, because it was under legals, it wasn't under help wanted. Also, you know, if you want estimates, that's fine, but I think the main thing is it needs to be brought out first. Don't, you know, make sure it's on the website and it's out so that people see it and we know that it's being, that this is what's going on. That's the important thing, is transparency, because we haven't had enough transparency in years gone by. Secondly, we don't need free help to go clean up the springs and stuff. That is a general liability, big time.
And you get people, yes, there's people that want to help and want to do things, but you've got to watch your liability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall. Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Melissa Brady. I live outside of town, but I work on Grand. And so I really appreciate what everyone is doing, and the public showing up and holding space for their dreams and visions and keeping Paonia awesome as possible. And I certainly appreciate all of you for your time and your energy being here. And I don't know everything that's happening, but my heart told me I had to come here tonight. And it'll just take a few minutes to say everything. Corinne is phenomenal, and I certainly really appreciate our police. And I know that there is quite possibly corruption, because money does breed greed, and I think everyone, public included, like every single individual, has to watch out for that in their hearts. I also want to mention the trees that are being chopped down in Stevens Gulch. I saw trucks coming down with trees, and then I saw this, I was like, what is going on? We're in the middle of this very intense climate emergency. And chopping down trees in the desert where they take a long time to grow. You can't really plant new ones because they're not, you can, but it's going to take longer for them to be established because of our water supply that's changing. And then I was shown this thing on Facebook, a notice, I think it was on the town board, about we have to do sustainable forestry in Stevens Gulch. So that's why you're seeing the logging trucks roll down. That was not sustainable forestry that I saw. Those were great big trees. And sustainable forestry is not cutting down the big trees. And these were healthy trees. These weren't looking like pine beetle kill. Have you guys seen them? And that, I wonder, is part of your job and responsibility. I know that it's part of mine. And so I thought I would bring that up. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. Next on the agenda is, we need to talk to Tai Long from the Rural Community Assistance Corporation. This is the gentleman that will be running our water rate survey, or the water rate study. Hi, Ty. This is Mary Backer and Mayor Paonia. Welcome to our Little Town meeting. We look forward to having you tell us about the water rate study that you are going to be performing. I am going to give the floor to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time this evening. I'll try to keep it brief. My name is Tai Long. I work for a nonprofit called the Rural Community Assistance Corporation. We go by, our website is rcac.org. And as I mentioned, we're a nonprofit, and our mission is to help build technical, managerial, and financial capacity in rural communities throughout the West. And so we provide this assistance at no cost to the communities. We are federally funded a lot through USDA rural development. And so I often tell people that I'm your tax dollars at work. So the project that I have been asked to complete for the town is to look at the drinking water rate analysis. And within RCAC, we have a model that we use. We try to take a fairly holistic and comprehensive approach to looking at water rates, considering maybe multiple priorities. Some systems, affordability seems to always be the #1 idea for them. We need to keep the rates as low as possible, but yet still meet maybe debt obligations or operation and maintenance costs. And so, but affordability is the big one. Recently, we've started to see some systems are really focused on conservation. So they want to see how their rate structure could promote conservation, because the cost of water and water rights just continues to explode. And so that's a priority that they have. So the idea is that we'll use some past data, whether it's budgets, or current data. I understand that the town has just recently completed a capital improvement or master plan on the water system to understand some future projects that need to occur. And so we can consider all of those ideas and look at ways to make water affordable and still meet current debt service needs, as well as potentially plan for those future needs that have been identified. And so, I mean, that's kind of the short and sweet of it. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have for me.
Thank you very much. All right, questions from the board for Mr. Long? Yes, Trustee Pattison.
Yeah, I'm just curious to get a little more information on how we got to this point. How did Mr. Long connect with the town, or did we connect with him, or how did this happen?
I can answer that. Is that Corinne had found on the web the RCAC website, which said that they did water rate studies. And then when we got the JDS Hydro preliminary report, it said it wanted a rate study. And I contacted Mr. Long about what would be the feasibility of having that study, found out it would cost the town no money, and that it would fulfill a critical requirement that JDS Hydro wanted. And that's how we got in contact with him.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Long? Trustee Pattison, keep going.
Yeah, I'd just like to know how long it would take to do the study and what kind of information you'd need, get a picture on how much staff time would be involved and support it.
I did. The question was a timeline on completion of the rate study and what type of resources that town staff would need to support the work. Is that what I heard? Okay. So the timeline, my understanding is that hopefully this information could be used towards the FY22 budget. So we're really focused on trying to finish the rate study up mid-October. And I am happy to come to a board meeting and present the findings and work with town staff to come up with some recommendations that are palatable. When it comes to town staff, many of the things that I have already asked from the town administrator are digitally found. You guys already have those documents, and so I don't believe that the investment from the town staff will be considerable. I will need to work with the town administrator on just some questions that I have, as well as probably with the public works director, because a component of the rate study is to actually take a good look at the assets in the system, understand their life cycle. We can project out when they'll need to be replaced and how to fully fund a capital improvement project. sorry, that was the wrong language there, to fully fund an asset management plan. So as systems, say a pump is going to fail in 15 years, you know, what type of reserves need to be set aside with the idea that in 15 years there may be a combination of a grant and loan to replace that big pump or something like that. And I failed to mention a little bit actually. So the end result here should provide the town with a projected 5-year budget, and so you'll get an idea of how those rates will affect as new projects come online or debt service sunsets. And so that's the goal. With I will provide a final document. It will just be recommendations. One thing I don't want to do is complete a rate study, given that I don't live in Paonia. And so I want to use the staff resources and knowledge of the town to make the best recommendation and not just what I see happen. And here's what I would suggest. I don't think that's a terribly good approach because, again, like I said, I don't live there. And so I can't have that perspective. And so I would like to get town staff perspective on making sure that that the recommendations are useful.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Yes, Trustee Pedersen.
I wonder if we can also connect Mr. Long with the Water Advisory Committee on some of that information gathering and more local perspective on our system.
Yes, if Mr. Long, I think that would be a good idea. Okay, other questions from the board? All right, seeing that, any questions from the public on this? All right, yes, Mr. Markle.
Hey, Mr. Long. I just had might be kind of a curveball question, oddball question anyway. What would be the highest rate that you can remember per 1,000 gallons in your rate studies?
Did you hear that, Mr. Long?
I did not.
Oh, sorry.
Let me try and rephrase it. Mr. Markle wants to know what would be the highest per gallon rate that you have found in previous water studies. Wait.
1,000.
Okay, one more time. Highest rate per 1,000 gallons that you have found in previous water studies.
So that is actually very dependent on multiple factors because most systems have a base rate, which is tied to the fixed costs within the system, and then the variable rate gets into the tiered structure, and it's per 1,000 gallons after a certain rate. I don't know if I could answer that question directly, but an average water bill within small systems currently is, you know, 55, 60, 70 bucks, but it is so highly dependent on smaller systems. I worked with a system just recently on the plains that's the size of about 500 people, and the rate model based on fixed costs because of current debt that they had accumulated was upwards of $85 per month for just water. It's highly variable with every community.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Long, for taking time out of your evening to address us. We really look forward to getting the results of your study and definitely will work with you in any way that you need be. Thank you very much. Good night.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Turn on the mic. Next on the agenda is staff reports. First up is administrator's report. Ms. Ferguson.
A written report was provided in the packet, and I have 2 additional updates. I just wanted to provide a reminder that the paint pickup is July 20th behind Town Hall. The advertisement has been placed on the social media and is on the town website calendar with the links that you need to go to register. your scheduled time to drop off paint at that location. And I also wanted to update the board that I received information from Cammie Long with the Colorado Forest Service on the Apple Valley tree inventory. She had stated that while she'd completed her assessment, her full evaluation won't be submitted to the town until a little bit later this summer because this is their busy schedule, and that she will get that to us as soon as she can.
All right, thank you. Questions for Administrator Ferguson from the board? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
So first question is just related to the email correspondence that was provided hard copy. I appreciate getting a copy of this, but I personally prefer electronic communication, and I know that our ink is very preciously expensive. I wonder if there would be a way for individual board members to opt out of paper communication as long as it's been delivered electronically, just to save on some of the paper and ink costs and time associated with that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
other questions? All right, seeing none. Oh, wait, sorry.
I'm sorry, I do, but I lost my place in my notes. Can you give me about 5 seconds?
Why don't we take any audience while you look? All right, public questions? Yes, Mr. Markle.
Sorry, quick statement, the paint drop-off event is sold out for households, so nobody can, it's already full.
Thank you.
The paint collection recycling event, households can no longer schedule a drop-off because it's already full, like their schedule is already full.
Okay. Did that give you enough time? No?
I'm sorry, I'm almost there. Okay, so I have a question on page 2. Number 9 on the report, sorry, it's page 19 in the packet, the second page of the administrator report. Number 9, it says that JDS Hydro has requested to provide a status update at 3 months, since the 6-month collection would substantially impact the moratorium report. Personally, I would rather get the moratorium final report with more data rather than less.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that would be more valuable to the community. So I don't know if as a board we need to take action on that to give direction to staff.
No, so to clarify a little bit more, and maybe the phrasing isn't really clear, was that because that change order on the moratorium was the first one that was passed, it was passed with that he would provide a report in 3 months, a final report. And so actually what he's asked for is exactly that. He said, is it all right if I collect the data for the 6 months, have better data to use, and I'll give an update at the 3 month along with the second change order, and provide both final reports at the 6 month mark. And so that's exactly, I think, what you're saying, is that it's his preference is to wait and do a final report based on 6 months of data for both change orders.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, I thought I saw Ms. Kendall's hand up.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I have a request, and you may sound, you can tell me go to heck or whatever, but as reading the report and everything, like there's places where you put in stuff and it'll be like, well, this was ordered. I would like to see dates on, like, if we ordered, such and such was ordered on this date, but maybe it's 6 weeks out. Just for making simpler assessments when I am reading the reports, it makes more sense to me. Then I'm not asking dumb questions or making assumptions.
So I'm happy to try to put in orders that things were ordered, but the issue that we are running into, and I'm sure other contractors and can tell, is that, and COVID tends to be, whether that's the accurate reason or not, that's the reason that's given.
Everybody's, yeah.
You don't, a lot of places, a lot of suppliers are not giving you estimated delivery dates anymore. And so I can put when it's ordered, and that will just keep updating it. But as far as giving an estimation for delivery, if they don't give me one, I can't put that in.
That I don't care about.
Okay.
But it's nice to know that it was actually,
When
you
it
can
was
say it
ordered.
was ordered on such and such date. Because sometimes we forget.
Yeah, I can do
And
that.
other things happen, and so, you know, when we're ordering parts and stuff, I know I got yelled at because they had ordered a key 2 months ago. Well, it was sitting on the counter. You know, those kind of things happen.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Watson.
I wanted to speak to the paint recycling, and it's nice to hear there's a lot of enthusiasm around that, but it's disappointing to hear that it's filled up for this small community. But that being said, we all pay deposits on paint now. It's $1 per gallon or 50 cents per quart, and it's for paint recycling. And there's stores that have to take your paint if you bring it in. And Sherwin-Williams and Delta, by the Safeway down there, has to take paint if you bring it in. It does have to have a label on it. It can't be unmarked cans of paint. But anybody can still recycle, even if you missed this event. Down in Delta, I don't know if Home Depot does it, but Sherwin-Williams does take back paint. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. That's very valuable information. Thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Shereen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. Is this working? Shereen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. Number 4 in your report, administrator's report, is concerning the possible annexation of Hawks Haven, which has been, as I understand it from this report, pushed back or at the bottom of the list of annexation possibilities.
So currently, the town board hasn't had any discussions about annexing any properties into the town. The last conversations that were had were, I believe, about 2 years ago. It was specific to annexation toward Highway 133, which was not supported by the community, and the board direction at the time was not to move forward. And I do believe provided to Mayor Baccarin from Town Attorney Nerlin was a suggestion. Was that included in there, or was that one of his? Yeah. So she's going to be reporting out on what the.
Wait a second. What was that?
Yeah, we will report that out on the attorney's report.
Yeah. There was the attorney's report includes a suggestion specific to annexation.
Okay, is that attorney's report here in the packet?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's coming
Okay.
forward, and it's not written in the packet. It's a private note that I will report out on when we get to that point.
Tonight.
Okay,
all right, very good. So any questions about that possible, other possible properties that will be annexed is at that time then?
You can come up and ask questions at that point in time on that subject.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
But specific to what is in my report, it was just because there was a public question that was brought up, and there was a request to me directly. So the notation is here is just to let the board and community know that there was correspondence specific to that conversation, and that the correspondence, as any correspondence that's communicated to the board, most correspondence, as we learned last night, communicated to the board, is a public record, and if someone was interested in that information, I can provide that.
Okay, but we can also speak about it later on in this.
All right, any other? All right, seeing none, oh, wait, I'm
Mayor
sorry.
I'm sorry, I have a question about page 21 in the packet. It's sales tax related, so I don't know if we want to push that to the finance discussion.
That's probably better off when we get to the treasurer's report and finance directors.
Thank you.
All right, Public Works, Utilities, and Facilities, Mr. Loberg.
I have submitted a written report. The only thing that I will add is today we did finish up installation of the high school meter today, so hopefully we'll get that all completed. So, but it is installed with a few cleanups that we have to do. Thank you.
Excellent, we've been waiting a long time for that. All right, questions for Mr. Loberg? Yes, Ms. Meck.
So number 8 really caught my attention. We did get a bid that was a couple $100,000 higher, and I was kind of hoping to see that in the packet. but it's not. And we didn't request it or anything, but I'm just curious. It says we plan to divert the reconstruction of 2nd Street from Grand to Main and continue to build the reserve for 3rd Street construction. This just seems to me a budget issue that maybe we ought to address, is because it does require a change in the budget, if I read this correctly. Is that, yeah.
So
please.
first, for clarification, we did not receive bids because we did not publish an RFP to get bids. We got an estimate of the cost from the engineer. And that came in substantially over, and I did provide that to Public Works Committee in email, but that was just an engineering bid or estimate that had come in. And so what we're reporting here in the Public Works report was that we, instead of moving forward with trying to get bids when we're knowing that it's coming, costs are just have nearly doubled in some industries in the last 12 months. That we want to continue to accrue money in reserve, which we've been doing for the last few years, to go toward that reconstruction that needs to happen along 3rd. And so the plan was just to divert attention to the reconstruction of the one block, which part of it's dirt right now from our line replacement we did last year, and continue with the plan sections for street overlay that were in the budget for overlay projects and streets.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Lorberg? Yes, Trustee Bear.
A brief discussion on the 1 million gallon tank. When we met with you the other day, you said that 1 million gallon tank, you pulled the skid out to get it sent into Grand Junction to get some work done, but you're ready to start running water through it, disinfecting the tank. No problem putting it online. Has any of that been done?
I am in the process of disinfecting the tank right now. We do have a problem with PRV that holds pressure to the skids right now. I do have parts ordered. They're supposed to be here, I'm hoping, tomorrow to rebuild that PRV. But right now, as long as I'm at the plant and stuff, I can shut the bypass valve off and build pressure enough to run the skids for disinfection. So as much time as I can, I'm up there running disinfection water into the tank to get the tank disinfected.
So what is your estimate for bringing the 1 million gallon tank online?
Right now, being manually and stuff, it's taken a little longer, but I am hoping probably in the next week and a half to bring it all.
So prior to the next meeting, we should have the 1 million gallon tank online?
If everything goes as planned.
And I can provide a little further information on that, just to be really clear and make sure that it's well understood. So the situation is that the PRV hasn't failed, but it has a malfunction, and so he's only able to operate the plant when he's there physically to watch and maintain that PRV, because if that PRV was running and he's not on site and it was to fail, that could cause catastrophic damage inside the plant. So as long as the parts come in, if he gets the parts to fix the PRV, that will just take a couple of days to do that repair. You let it run, raise to the level of disinfection, bring it back down, run your test, make sure it's good, and let it go. That's a week and a half. If those parts are significantly delayed, and we will keep the board updated via email on when they're received, but if the parts are significantly delayed and we can't get them here, or we don't get a clear idea of when they're going to be here, and he has to keep operating this manually, it will slow it down, and he couldn't give you a clear timeline on exactly when that would be if he has to do the entire process manually.
Well, just one comment, a general comment. That tank hasn't ran since I got on the board in 2016, and it's been one thing after another. I think the board is anxious to see the tank online, that project is up and running, and these continued delays are brought to an end.
Other questions for Mr. Loberg from the board? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
This isn't for Mr. Loberg, but it's related to the same issue. I just wanted to make sure when we discussed extending the JDS hydro study, that was contingent upon having data from both the 1 million gallon plant and the 2 million gallon plant. So I want to make sure that we're not moving forward on that study and sending data to JDS hydro prematurely, and then getting back a report that's incomplete. So I hope that we're delaying our continued project with them until we actually have both tanks online.
And so they are receiving, they'll receive the data as far as, water sold and the consumption analysis reports and things like that, but they are aware that, that it's not hasn't been brought back online yet, and are aware of when it will be. And if they need that extension, of course, that will come, at their 3-month update as well. So they are aware of it, though.
Okay, just to be really clear though, what we asked for was 3 months, based on, not 3 months from now, but based on 3 months of complete data. So I'm hoping that that 3-month report is not 3 months from today, but 3 months from when we can provide data on the 1 million gallon tank. Okay, thank you.
All right, anything further from the board? All right, seeing none, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I was wondering what's the plan for the operator testing? The Leslie contract ends in the end of July, I think I remember. So what's the progress on the testing?
I am scheduled to take my test.
Okay, like this in a week or end of the month or next
Friday.
month? Friday.
All right, anything else from the public? All right, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Patterson.
Shereen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. A quick question on Lee's Park. I see it's completely transferred to irrigation water. Was it last month's regular meeting or the month before? There was an item about a pump house purchase for something like $3,000 something, and that was said to be for Lee's Park when everybody thought it was for the main park. So what's going on with that?
So to provide clarification on that item, the pump house was purchased, so we've increased the equipment taken to run the irrigation at Town Park and to run the irrigation at Lee's Park. The main equipment is actually housed at Town Park that operates Lee's Park as well. So the shed that's purchased to protect all of that pump equipment will actually be placed in Town Park, but it's not there yet.
The shed isn't there yet?
That's
or
correct.
The shed isn't there?
No, the shed that's there that is on the other side of the town maintenance building is a shed that Arbol Market is using to house their equipment and things in while they're operating their Tuesday farmers market at Town Park.
Okay, and that shed is the property of Arbol Market or Learning Council or?
That's correct. That does not belong to the town.
It does not belong to, but it's on town property?
That's correct.
Are they paying a rent or anything?
No, they're not.
They're not.
They did pay to utilize the park for their event, and we agreed to make the concession to allow them to place the shed on town property while they're utilizing that, because their permit was for an extended period of time, several months, every Tuesday. So this allows them to store their items on site instead of hauling them off and bringing them back every Tuesday.
Okay. Now that irrigation or the pump house that's existing already in the park, that's not sufficient for the pump works for both the town park and Lee's Park? You need another one to house all the works? You need 2 pump houses? What is the deal?
The pump house that is existing at the town park will be removed. A bigger pump house will be installed so we can add some filtration.
Okay. And that pump house is used somewhere else, or it's trashed, or what?
It will be dismantled. We haven't said anything that we would use it for as right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Seeing none, let's move on to the police report. Chief Ferguson.
We had great cherry days. I believe that the crowd was larger this year than I've seen the last few years. It was great having people come out and just smiling and being out and about and being able to see everybody again. We did have a booth for dog tags. We registered about 25 dogs. So quite a bit of bit of people registered their dogs. Whenever we would come by and ask if people had their dogs, whenever they were walking their dogs, we would ask them, you know, if they needed tags. We had a lot of people from out of town. That was one of the big things that I noticed was we had people from Denver coming, we had people from Grand Junction, so it wasn't just our area. So it was nice to see that it was back to, you know, everyone's getting involved again and seeing that. In between the Cherry Days and the BMW Rally, which is going to start this week, we were able to get some firearms training in. We did find some ammo finally that we could use. It got to about 102 degrees out there whenever we were training, so we said okay. And we finished our our pistols and rifles, and we have shotguns completed at a later date. Very happy that the BMWs are coming back. Like I said, they start tomorrow. Then they'll be here through the weekend. I did extend a hiring to a gentleman who is going to be going to the academy starting August 10th or August 11th, and he will be graduating the academy on December 10th. So we had our bid or our application open for a month and a half. We did not get one applicant, so we ended up having to have somebody that was not certified get hired, and then they're going to go to the academy and they'll sign a 3-year contract with us, so we can guarantee that we're going to have somebody for at least 3 years. He is a local boy. He's 21 years old. He lives in the area, so we don't have to worry about him trying to find a place to live. So hopefully he passes the academy. And that's about all I have.
All right, questions for the chief from the board? Yes, Trustee Johnson.
I noticed on your Police One Academy reports, that's for the training.
Correct.
For your officers. One of the items was community policing. Could you explain what that training is?
So what we do, we try to do basically on how to interact with the public more, how to get out there more, be more out in the public with different strategies through the Community One policing, and just to be out there to help out or just to talk, just to be seen rather than always being the bad guys trying to go out there and, you know, have some of that community interaction.
Other questions for Chief Ferguson? Yes, Trustee Budinger.
There's an awful code enforcement. Is this all weeds?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Bear.
I was just going to compliment the chief and his officers on July 4th. They're all out in their uniforms and interacting with the public, and made a good impression.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
I'm disappointed that there weren't more females or any females applying for jobs. I noticed that some of the research on community policing shows that females showing up to some of the most dangerous situations, which are domestic disputes, tend to be able to diffuse the situation a lot better. So I'm hoping in the future at some point we can try to recruit that. I was pretty impressed with the person that Hotchkiss hired, Julia. She seems to be doing really well over there. It'd be nice if we could do the same thing.
Well, we have a female officer.
Yeah, I know we have the school officer, and I'm hoping she's on the streets more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she's on the streets now while she's not in the schools.
Good, good. That's great. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Trustee Mack.
I just want to make a comment that I've seen a lot of left turns on Grand Avenue into parking spaces. And for the public out there, there are signs in place that say no left turn into parking spaces. And I do hope that you are making some attempt to enforce that.
We have written numerous citations for it. I do have an officer that actually goes out there and will stand out there and walk the streets while he's out there, and actually look for those, because yes, they are quite a bit. It happens all the time. So yes, we do have written citations for that in the last couple of weeks also.
That's good. I don't think it's just a don't do that kind of thing. It is dangerous.
Yes.
So don't do that.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Mack. All right. Yes, Ms. Watson.
I had a question for Chief Ferguson about passing on 2nd Street. And I've always heard that you can't pass on 2nd Street, but I've seen it happen recently, and it's quite dangerous. But if there's no markings on the street and no signage saying that no passing, is it illegal? If there's no laws that say you can't do it, or no noticing to people, can people actually pass on 2nd Street?
No, you can't. If you don't have a designated passing lane, then you cannot pass.
So you
without the
can't
lanes-
assume it's a dashed line down the middle of the street because there's no line there and pass?
Correct.
Okay. How do you know that? Is that just traffic
That's
code?
State statute. yeah.
State statute? Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Mr. Zimmer.
Frederick Zimmer, still. No, seriously. I think if there were a double yellow line down the middle of Grand Avenue, that would help a lot. Because I see people, I'm out really early, I see people coming in with vans and they're coming for the weekend or whatever, and it just looks like a small town with a little, small road, and so they just whipping across the street. So I think that would make it more clear for everyone.
On that point, Mr. Loberg, do we have a plan someplace to paint those lines?
I have contacted several painting companies right now. They're all working on real big jobs, so they come clear up here from Grand Junction or Montrose, they're probably going to put us off till they slow down a little bit.
Thank you very much. All right. Anything else for the chief? All right, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let's move on to finance report. Ms. Jones?
I've provided a written report, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
All right, questions for Ms. Jones. I think this is where you jump in, Trustee Patterson.
Yes, and I'm going to jump back up in the packet to page 21. So we have a chart of the Town of Paonia sales tax history, and I did get clarification from staff, thank you, on the numbers. To me, it's a little bit confusing that the totals line does not specify that the amount for 2021 is annualized and not our current total. So I'd just like to have a little more information there. I did double check the calculations, and that's right, that is not what we've collected to date. And so I was just taken aback when I first saw that, so I'd like to see a little more detail on that kind of reporting in the future. And then another question, and I know we've talked about this before, but the title line says 1% Town of Paonia sales tax history. And our sales tax is actually 3%. So I just would like some clarification again on whether the numbers here represent 1% or represent the full amount of sales tax that we as a town are collecting.
Ms. Jones? Oh, wait. All right. Do you want to answer that, Mr. Knudsen?
Yeah, the reason we use 1% is because we can go back all the way, that far back with 1%. If we use 2%, it was adjusted during that time frame. So we can get a better picture on a projection if we just use part of the sales tax and go through the entire period. I was also confused by that total because it's a projection based on the first 6 months. I'd rather just see a total for the first 6 months, and that would tell me, okay, I can make my own projection from there, but I can see the confusion. But I hope that answers why the 1% all the way through, because then we can compare apples and oranges. Otherwise, we'd be looking at a huge jump in the middle of the chart.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, this, for every year here, this represents 1%. This does not represent, so for example, the 18,000 that was collected this January does not represent the full amount of sales tax that Paonia collected this January. It represents only a third.
Only the one.
So that so that we can more accurately compare year over year how it's changing. Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? Yes, Mr. Mark.
Could we get a graph like this that has the actual tax collected? Like, would that be possible to get the same thing just with, like, instead of a 1% or whatever comparison, like the actual, what we're actually making?
Let me understand what you would like is a graph of the, what, 3%?
Well, whatever was collected that year.
So total tax, not
the
just,
total.
okay.
Yeah, so that we
All
can
right.
say, okay, you know, we're actually collecting 3 times what we were in 2017, say. Because
Yeah,
that seems
well,
to
as
be
long
the
as
case.
we've had a 3% sales tax.
Well, whatever, yeah, whatever it was.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Yes, Trustee Bear.
Concerning the CGOT grant for revitalization of Main Street, you stated that you received invoices that were revised, is that correct? Why were they revised? It's on page 31.
Because they had a problem with the spreadsheet that they provided me, and so it wasn't calculating correctly, so I fixed it and sent them a revised 1 and 2. Invoice 1 and 2 were included in the revised number 2.
So this is not revised invoice from the provider, but rather your interaction with the CDOT people?
That's correct.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. Anything from the public at this time? All right, let's, oh, I'm sorry. Michelle, I think we need to move you right here.
Okay. And
yes. Oh, wait. Go ahead.
I do have others. I'm going to jump down to page 42, which I believe is still part of the finance report. This is the contract billing. It looks like we purchased MailChimp subscription software. Is that available for other uses in the town, or it looks like Ms. Brett was reimbursed for that cost, so I'm just not sure. I understand that it's a subscription service, so if it's something the town purchased, I just hope that it's available to the town for future use as long as the subscription lasts.
I'll follow up with Ms. Brett on that. She's already left, so
Okay.
and answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Not until disbursements, but we're doing that separately, right?
I'm sorry, not until
Not
when?
until we get to disbursements, but we have
Yes.
the attorney's
That's-
report in
yeah,
between there.
that's
Okay,
next.
thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Anything from the public? Yes.
Page Smith, 215 Delta Avenue. I know we're going to be talking about the COVID grant further down in the packet, but I have numerous questions about the reimbursement requests that were included on pages 32 and 33. So do you want to wait for my questions until we get further down in the packet, where there was some response to my email? Or would you like me to bring up my questions now?
I guess it depends on your questions, and we won't know until you question them, so you
All
might
right.
as well just do it.
Well, my email, which was not included in the packet, but I think there's some vital information in here that's not being shared with the public. And the biggest piece of this is that the CVRF grant parameters clearly explain that funds can only be used to cover costs that are not accounted for in the budget, most recently approved as of March 27th, 2020. And there was a response to my email question about staff hours that were worked during the modified COVID funds. So my basic question is, did the staff work more hours than was already in the budget during COVID?
I would have to go back to confirm that, but for clarification, in the response, I was actually providing information to Mayor Backren, was that in the initial calculations through conversation with DOLA, there were amended hours for existing staff that were directly related to COVID that could have been claimed within the grant. But ultimately, because our hours are salaried hours, staff hour, we internally had decided that those wouldn't be included because naturally those are already budgeted numbers. Ours are salary numbers. It doesn't matter if we work more hours or less. And that those funds go into the pool to be retained for use in the community at a future date. And we'll go through the rest of that, of course, when we get to the CVRF item on the agenda as far as the timeline of events and how we ended up where we're at with that remaining funds.
Well, then it begs the question on the reimbursement request, which you have been paid back, the $36,270. There's an item in there for telework, $10,274. I don't know if that is your hours or is that buying this. Okay. And there are, it's public health, $14,918. I wondered, really my point is we all need to see what's behind these numbers, which was the main point of my email, because there's been so much confusion about this grant. I honestly don't know what's left. I don't know if you know what's left to spend. And I'd love to know what public health, $14,918 was spent on for public health. PPE, $628, which I'm imagining is hand sanitizer and masks. And the economic support we can talk about later in the agenda, because you did provide what was spent from the North Fork seniors. It doesn't match the numbers that you have provided to be paid back for. So that is one question. And then the secondary question is the remaining reimbursement requests, which it looks like you have submitted. Administrative, $1,089. Economic support other, $5,000. Telework, $12,136. So I'm assuming those are the hours you, nope, okay. PPE, 23, public health, 421, and small business assistance, 54,250. That's the, small business assistance is the only number that we have been given, and it's still not correct in this packet, but it's the only one that's been somewhat itemized for us. The rest of this really needs to be itemized, and I would really like to know what truly is left for you all to decide what to do in terms of business grants. And in addition, I think I brought up some very big issues in my email that have not been addressed here, so we can talk further. But I have to tell you how disappointed I am. This is public money, and every penny needs to be made available for the public to know what happened to it. And this is where distrust comes about. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from the public? All right. Seeing none, let's move on to the attorney's report. Mr. Nerlin is out sick today, so he has a written report. There are a few other things that we need to talk about. Yep. One is that following up on last night's workshop and some of Mr. Light's suggestions with respect to community meetings, I would suggest that we get a special meeting in place where committee goals and responsibilities can be outlined and thereafter adopted by resolution. Coupled with this is a suggestion that we also in that or a separate meeting look at the roles and responsibilities of the mayors as previously requested by the board. So would the board like to set a special meeting to look at these issues? All right, somebody gets to look at the calendar and make a proposition.
Mayor, how long do you expect this meeting to last? An hour?
I would say an hour is a good shot. If we can keep on task and get through it, then yeah, an hour. We may hopefully not go farther than that.
Can we set it for July 27th prior to the July 27th meeting? Begin at 5:30 instead of 6:30?
No.
No, we have something else up on that
Audit
meeting.
presentation.
What?
The audit presentation?
Oh, right. Is that even?
What is it?
The audit presentation.
Okay. Well, that was my idea. Somebody else come up with one.
How about the 20th?
I'm unavailable on the 20th.
What?
I'm not available on the 20th.
Okay.
I'm not available either.
Well, shall we take it to beginning of August? That would be.
Well, then I would say
this-
I move that we do it on August the 3rd at 5:30.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Yes.
I'm not available at that time.
Okay.
Then you got to come up with one, Vic.
All right. The ball's to you, Mick.
Actually, I was just corrected. I was told I will be.
Oh.
So. Or I was told I better be, I guess, maybe. So,
It's always nice.
August 3rd is okay.
Okay, it's always nice to have the feedback from the other part. Okay, so at this point we have a motion. You have a motion and a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to have a meeting at 5:30 on August 2nd. I'm trying to get this into my phone at the same time. I'm going to write it down. So August 3rd, 5:30 for a special meeting on committee goals and mayor responsibility, correct? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, the next thing on this is the discussion of Hawk Savings looks like it's going to be a much larger issue concerning annexations as a whole. And so Mr. Nerlin requests that the board, again, have either put it on the agenda or have a meeting to look at the issue of annexations in general, including enclaves, annexation out toward Highway 133 according to the 133 plan, and to put that on a future agenda. How does the board feel about that? Yes.
I have strong feelings about this. I feel like this is an attempt to play whack-a-mole when our big issue is the water, not annexation right now.
Okay.
And I'd like to propose that we do that sometime in 2022.
Okay, yeah, this is not a burning issue. I mean, this does not need to be handled right away. Yeah, Ms. Patterson.
I'm not opposed to tabling a longer discussion, but I do think it would be important for us as a board to provide clear direction to town staff on our position at this time.
Okay. Yeah, see, at this point, it seems like there has been no action taken by staff to move forward on annexation at all. It is a moot issue at this point until
Okay.
the board takes it up.
Okay. From reading the packet and the communication about this, my understanding was that where it was at with staff is that the board's preference was still to move toward Highway 133 because that was the last direction received by staff. And that was a different board, and I just wanted to see if we need to provide any clarification on the board's position at this time regarding annexation before we table it.
Okay, well, what does the board think? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Well, I think we are in the process of negotiating a 133 plan as part of our negotiations with the county, and I'd let that process work itself out, and we'll have decisions we have to make about that. But to sit here and talk about annexation in general, Hawks Haven in general, one thing that really concerned me about what really came home to me in our training yesterday was that it's our responsibility to stay on track in the long view. And to me, our number one thing is water, and I hate playing whack-a-mole, and I feel sitting here at the board, I hear a lot of public input that diverts me from the things I should be focused on. So I'm really strong on this. I think we should not discuss Hawkshaven. I think we should not discuss annexation in the context of just putting it on the agenda sometime. I think it wastes our time. We need to do a deeper dive in our water issues and get that down. That's my opinion.
Okay, so then my question is really just for staff. Does staff feel like you have adequate direction on where the board stands at this time regarding annexation, or do you need a more formal position stated?
I don't feel it's necessary to have a more formal position. Currently, the position I'm operating on is that if an applicant brings to the town a petition to annex, then that would be presented to the board to make decisions upon. But following previous direction from the board and historical direction from many boards that I am aware of, there's never been a direction given that the town was to proceed with any type of forced annexation against a property owner's desire, regardless of whether they had a pre-annexation agreement, and that's the direction that I'm operating under currently.
Okay. And I would echo Trustee Knudsen, but we're also working on a master plan. And I don't think we can address annexations until we take a look at our master plan and decide what we want to do for our community. So it seems really premature to even look at this in any regard. Any other comments from the board?
Well, I would just echo Mr. Knudsen's position. Hawkshaven has come up in the past. Other boards decided to leave it alone. I don't feel any burning desire from the community or the board to proceed. I think we should just let it sit.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
I do think you have a lot of other things on your plate right now, but I'm not quite sure what the impetus for this is. But on the only benefit I see to annexing Hawkshaven would be you'd bring into compliance the fact that you have Elaine Brett on your employee liaison committee, and it's contrary to your the description of this committee in your employee handbook requirements. The person on that, the community member on that committee has to be a citizen of Paonia, and you've put someone on who is not a citizen of the town. And aside from that, my feeling about Hawkshaven is you should just donate it to Gunnison County. Thank you.
Ms. Watson, you have added levity to our meeting as well as useful information. Thank you so much. All right, anything else from the public? Yes, Ms. Patterson?
Shireen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. With the new changes in the high school to the lower grades and the need for sidewalks on Grand Avenue, which is the official, it's not Grand Avenue there, but don't you need to annex that area? Also, Breadworks. It's a mess down there. The parking, it's awful sometimes. Parking on both sides of the street, all different ways. Other places in that area, businesses, have been annexed piecemeal. So what's the difference now? Everything is put back, because whatever. It's not essential. I think there are some essential things that need to be done, and it has to be done through annexation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Markle.
Hey, I appreciate the notion that you guys want to keep a big picture view, and I think that what to do with what your position on annexation can be a part of that. I do want to make sure that Trustee Knudsen respects that when the public brings something to your attention, that is your responsibility to listen. It's not for you to disregard somebody's input. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, let's move on to, let's see, where are we? Oh dear, I've lost.
So we're still on the attorney's report, correct?
Oh yes, we're still on the attorney's report if you have something else. not that it may be answered, but
No,
go
it-
ahead.
Well, this isn't a question for the attorney, but about the attorney. We know that our contract is ending at the end of the year with our
Right.
current town attorney, and we only meet every 2 weeks. That doesn't give us a whole lot of time to work on a plan. So I would move that we add to the next agenda a discussion of how we're moving forward with the hiring process for the next attorney.
Okay, great. All right, let's move on to the treasurer's report.
That was a motion.
Oh, do we need
Second.
a motion for that?
You can, or either way, I
It's
know
been
that the
noted.
previous direction that the board gave was that finance and personnel was going to start
Right.
that process. But if you want a formal agenda item to discuss how the process is going, or maybe
Yeah,
now.
Mr. King.
Well, we posted, as a result of the training last night, we posted our meeting and staffing as part of that, so I've made a note about staffing, and we can bring a recommendation for the attorney hiring process back from our meeting tomorrow. So we will be meeting 9:30 tomorrow, and we're looking at salary review and those things. 9 o'clock.
Okay, so then we should have a recommendation to the board at the next meeting regarding the hiring process. Okay, then I rescind my motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, now let's move on to the treasurer's report. Finally, Mr. King.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's good to be back. We've reviewed the payroll and is released same. We reviewed disbursements with the Finance and Personnel Committee, and I recommend approval. We're reviewing the preliminary audit draft to be presented to the board on July 27th at 5:30 p.m. or 5 p.m. at a special board meeting. And I've been working with the finance officer on the management letter that will also be presented at the July 27th meeting. And that concludes my report, Madam Mayor.
All right, questions for Treasurer King? Yes, Trustee Bear.
I'm glad to hear we finally got a preliminary audit report and that you're working on that. Do we expect to have the auditor here to review that with us?
Correct. She will be here, Lisa will be here for that 5 o'clock meeting on the 27th.
Well, in view of that, are we going to have the report prior to that so we can ask
Yes, we
intelligent
should have
questions?
a final report for your review prior to that meeting.
Several days prior?
I hope.
No, I hope so too.
I know it's a tremendous amount of information to be foisted on the Board of Trustees in a short period of time. And we're working with Lisa to get it here as soon as possible.
Okay, appreciate that because it's a lot to review and.
Yes, I understand that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Treasurer King? All right, seeing none, anything from the public?
Mayor Backren.
Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta say, you need to move over here.
Well, so my question is, moving into the disbursement section, do you want me to wait on those until? Okay, I will wait. Thank you.
If there's nothing else, yes, Ms. Smith.
It's just a question that came up because of the fact that you can't do the street project, and you said it would go into reserves, some portion of it. So I'm just curious with, if you look at page 47, cash position, my question is, if you have a couple $100,000 going in reserve, will it be a new entry in your budget, or will it be added into bank balance, cash positions? I'm just curious where we will start tracking that new money being added into cash reserves. Under what category? Or would it be in?
It's not added cash. The cash is already here. We're just not spending it.
So where are you going to track the reserve? Where are we going to see?
The reserve is in street capital improvement.
It'll be in street capital improvement?
Yes.
Which is the question I had a few weeks ago. So that, we don't have that in front of us. So that will show up with a footnote that you have added additional money in 1 month?
It's
I mean-
not added money. We're just not spending
You're-
what we budgeted.
Okay, but then it's rolling into the next budget, right?
Correct.
And so there'll be
As
some
a reserve.
as a reserve. So does that all make sense for the people who really have to do it? Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? Yes.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I'm a little confused because there's purchasing policy maybe here and then in the packet again. So I'm just wondering about the purchasing policy. Is that something that the treasurer would have oversight on? And
The purchasing policy is a policy for the staff of the town. And it's promulgated by the Board of Trustees. As it relates to any contracts or purchases, the constraints are through that purchasing policy that the staff has to adhere to with the oversight of the board and the town administrator. Yeah, well, that's another
coming in the
issue.
packet. And where does...
There's an issue of us becoming compliant with FEMA regulations. That's on hold at the present time. We've been looking at that for 2 years since we had our incident in 19, and we haven't completed it. I'll accept responsibility for that.
Okay, and where does that policy reside? I guess I could ask when we're talking about the purchasing policy in the...
It's codified in our rules and regulations for the town.
The rules and regulation of the
You have
town,
the
that's where the...
policy online, don't you?
The purchasing policy isn't online, no, but
Oh,
it was
I don't know.
approved by the Board of Trustees, and at the time of approval was in the public packet, and now it's a document that we have in Town Hall.
Okay.
And it is a public document.
Okay, but it's not online, the policies of the...
No, it's
Okay.
not. There's lots of documents that have not historically been kept online that we continue to update from time to time. And now that we have access to the Muni Docs addition to our municipal code, where our municipal ordinances, we added that section Muni Docs. And honestly, I can't recall if I've actually already put the purchasing policy in there or not. But if not, it will be one of the documents that will continue to be updated in there.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move on then to disbursement.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve payment of accounts payable in the amount of $102,899.80. Payment of our loan for $89,918.96. That's the water loan. A Norris retirement payment for $1,680. The credit card, the Chase, is $3,750.15. And Amazon, $809.57. The transfer to payroll of $22,060.80, and payroll taxes of $10,136.05. And payment of payroll direct deposit of $22,060.80.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Michelle, I think this is where you finally get to do your thing.
Trustee Bear also has a question.
You go ahead.
Yes, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Michelle, the Classette LLC, the $11,346 for the kitchen. I know that was on a previous disbursement and that was withheld. Has anybody inspected Classette's work, and is it done?
And we went ahead and restocked the kitchen and I got it ready for the BMW rally, but we only did that after everything was completed. It actually kind of allowed us or encouraged us to do that earlier, and we refused to do that until the work was completed. But now that it is done, you know, we're ready to use the facility.
Well, thank you for doing that.
All right, Trustee Pattison.
I have a few questions, so I'm happy to defer if any other board member has a question. Okay, all right. So first question is on page 47 regarding space to create. And I did get a response from staff on this about those available funds. I would like to see us add the allocation of those remaining funds to an upcoming meeting for board discussion, and happily take any recommendations by staff and hopefully creative district representatives as well on how they would like to see those funds used. So I don't know if that needs to be a formal motion, but I'd like to see us take action on that since it does close at the end of the year.
Are you talking specifically about Space to Create?
Yes, I am. The $6,000 remaining in the Space to Create fund that, obviously we're not doing Space to Create, but the foundation has said that we can use those funds
We
for
can't.
creative.
We can't. The creative district can. We're just holding it.
No, clarification. So, and for additional clarification, as the information that was provided and is included in the additions for Tuesday that were on the back table, the line item on here shows monies that they still show available because they haven't been expended. There is a $6,000 commitment that was made for a mural project with Mural Militia. And so that's where, when Trustee Pattison's saying 6,000 remaining approximately, that's why. And as was shared with her as well, following conversations that's been had, it was the intention that we would bring it to the board and to make some decisions. The funds are remaining funds that were given to the town from Betcher. And typically, when you don't use them for Space to Create, Betcher requires you to return the funds. I reached out to the contact for Betcher and asked them if they would allow the town to retain those funds in support of the Paonia Creative District. And so the grant group did provide that approval and stated that yes, the town could keep those funds and use them in support of the Paonia Creative District in mural and physical art installations, things like that within the town limits, as long as we expended them by the end of this year. So that's what that remaining, it still says Space to Create because the account that was created was called Space to Create.
Right, so my request is just that we get this on the agenda and get some recommendations from the creative district to guide board decisions on how we can spend these funds before the end of the year if we have valid expenses that the district has identified. Is that clear? Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, next question. Sorry. I'm scrolling. Oh, on the quote that was approved in February for the new brush, it did increase because of a freight delivery charge. Since that was an official quote provided to us by the vendor, is that typical that we'll accept a change? Is there a percentage that we normally allow on something like that when it was a board approved bid?
The quote was for specifically just for the item, so it didn't include any projections on cost for delivery. Sometimes when we get the quotes, they include the delivery costs, other times they don't. Travis spoke directly with the individual at Hanen, and I also followed up with an email asking him to clarify that that's specifically what that was for so that we could attach that, and in future to try to include that number on any bids. But that has happened before, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's just my request. If it comes, if something like that comes before the board and it's not included, that we get at least an estimate from staff before we approve a bid for a set amount so that we can include that in our approval. Thank you. And that's all I have specific to disbursements. Thank you.
All right, anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith. I'm curious about the Amazon purchases of Keurig coffee maker and Keurig coffee pods.
Mr. Chief Ferguson, I believe the Keurig is yours. Oh. Oh, okay. I was mistaken.
So it was a replacement of the coffee maker that's in the town kitchen area right there and the pods that make the coffee.
Well, I would like to point out that this is public money, and when you spend public money, it has to be for public purposes. I know you had bought a coffee pot a few months ago. I think a coffee pot's all right, but to buy a Keurig, which is the most expensive coffee you can get, is questionable. But to use public money to buy your coffee is absolutely impermissible. Public money cannot be spent for the staff's coffee, nor can public money be spent for staff snacks, nor can public money be spent for any drink. And this is Public Administration 101. I'm appalled that you don't even think there's a problem with buying coffee for your staff.
So I'll just say that again, subject to interpretation, and if the board would like us not to do so, then we won't. But the coffee maker has been in there for many years before me, and along with pop that is in the refrigerator that board members purchase, that staff uses, that people that come in for meetings we offer. So
you can have a coffee pot.
So-
I think that's permissible because that's part of an office, but the public cannot buy your coffee. I worked for the state of Wyoming for 30 years as a public employee. I had to bring my own coffee, my own mugs, my own tissue, my own napkins. If we had any kind of a gathering, we had to pay for the paper plates ourselves. This is malfeasance. I'm sorry. This is, as the town administrator, I am furious because if you were professionally trained, you would know this. You are all expecting to get good advice from your town administrator. I'm going to FOIA every Don's Market receipt for meeting supplies. If you're buying baked goods for yourselves, if you're buying napkins for yourselves, please just tell me what you buy it for $45
Okay.
at Don's Market.
So for clarification, when coming into claim as my professionalism, as I stated before, this has been a practice that's also been held by every administrator prior for
No excuse.
many, many years. No, but I'm just saying, so you're calling into question my professionalism.
Yes,
So, and
I
whether,
am.
as a professional, I should know.
Yes.
People with this actual degree and many, many years, 20 plus, 30 plus years, had the same process.
You know
we
what?
don't buy snacks.
Mayor
We-
Backren,
We don't buy any
this
such
this
thing.
is becoming a back
Yep.
and forth argument.
just-
I move
I-
that we take a 5-minute recess.
All right, thank you. Can
will
can I have a
here.
second for that motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
just
All right, we are recessed for 5 minutes.
I was just looking at the employee payroll expenses, and I was wondering why there's one employee that's making more than any of you, even the chief of police and Corinne, and it's Jonathan McAllister. And it's the second pay check in a row that he has had this amount. And I'm wondering if you can just tell us why. Is there some training or some overtime or some reason that he's getting paid more than his boss, Travis?
Yeah, it's a tremendous amount of overtime. I think there was 40 hours in 1 week.
Okay, thank you. 2 weeks in a 2 weeks in a row? I mean, 2 payments, pay periods in a row. Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I am looking at page 47 of the packet, and that is the bank balances. And I'm just wondering, this park contributions in March 3rd was at 37,400, and then it's now at 11,000, and it's specific park projects. And I just wonder, that difference of 25,000, what was the specific park projects, or how is that?
That's the mural. Okay. Corinne, Cindy.
So what's in that account is the money that was donated for the minor wall, the money that was donated for Pullis Park, and the money that has been donated for the skate park. The money that is for the skate park will remain in there untouched until that moves forward. The money for the wall and the Pullis Park, most of that money has been used, and it's a matter of reconciling and moving that money back to the operating account for the expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Oh, Mr. Merkel.
Sorry. Thomas Markle, 3022nd. I got a couple things. First off, in general, once again, these documents were printed and scanned, which makes them not searchable, which is really inconvenient if you're trying to find historic spending. I know that Corinne knows how to print a PDF. Corinne, if you could please teach Cindy how to print a PDF so that this stuff can be searchable, and we can get rid of this stack of paper that she's got on her desk. That would be great for everybody to save time, money, and resources. As far as specific items, I also was going to mention the coffee maker purchase for different reasons, because it is the most expensive and most wasteful environmentally way to make a cup of coffee that sucks to drink. I'm not sure about anything else, but the fact that something has been done improperly or possibly illegally for a long time is not a reason to continue doing it. It's the exact opposite. Seems like there was something else on here that really caught my attention, but I didn't make any notes. Thanks.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Yes, Trustee Patterson.
I have an additional motion I'd like to make. We do have an accusation from a member of the public of malfeasance and improper use of town funds, and I think it's important to get a full attorney's report regarding this issue. So I would like to hear from our town attorney and include this on the agenda for an upcoming meeting.
All right, so the motion is to have an attorney's opinion on the malfeasance.
To have an attorney's opinion on it and list it out as a separate agenda item to give us,
I'm sorry.
list it as a separate agenda item, not just part of the attorney's report,
Right.
so that we can have a full discussion on this.
All right, can I have a second?
I'll second that motion, Mayor, but I'd like to amend it a little bit.
Sure.
I think the purchase of coffee and amenities for the kitchen has gone on for a long time. I agree that it was probably gone on prior to Corinne's involvement in the town administration. I don't know if the town has a policy on that, and I'd really like to see us develop a policy that provides direction to the staff. You know, I think malfeasance may be too harsh a word, because the board hasn't developed a policy on it. So I'd like to modify your motion to, before, turn it over to the attorney, but let's take it to a discussion on developing a policy of what the town board expects the staff to do as far as these purchases go, because I don't think that in the past anybody has provided that to them.
Okay, so I have an amendment to the main motion to develop a policy. Right.
I do have something to say about that. I am not opposed to developing a policy. I think guidance is excellent and we should provide it when we can. If this is a legal issue, and that is of course pending a review by our town attorney, then a policy is moot. It's, if there's a legal requirement, we have to follow it regardless of what kind of policy we put in place. So I think developing a policy depends on what we hear from the town attorney. But I'm not opposed to including that as a possible discussion item.
Okay, well, we have a possible amendment to the motion. Do we have a second on the amendment to develop a policy?
I second it.
Discussion on that issue
Mayor?
alone?
Mayor,
Yes.
can you clarify what type of policy? Purchasing, employee, what kind? Just
Okay.
so I can put it in there.
What is a town policy, or developing a town policy on the purchase of office supplies, i.e. coffee, food, drinks, and whatnot? And what? Say it again. Well, include that too. As Christmas decorations, if you want to include it. But I think that we need to provide direction to the staff of what we allow and what the public allows. And if we don't provide directions, then we are at fault.
Okay. All right, well, I'm trying to get this motion down, or the
Provide a
amendment
policy.
down.
How about provide a policy?
Well, how about provide a policy on purchase of non-essential items?
That's good.
All right. Does the second agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment to the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so now we have a motion for an attorney's report on malfeasance to be put on as an agenda item and to develop a policy on the purchase of non-essential items. Everybody understand? Discussion? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I never worked for the state of Wyoming. I have worked in the public sector in Arizona, and I've worked in the public sector in Colorado, and I have never seen those kind of restrictions for public governments. I've worked in the private sector, and almost all, that's very lavish, where we are even provided with alcohol at parties and things like that. The public sector, in my experience, has been very restrictive in those kind of things, but when it comes to like coffee in the office, come on. It's not a problem. So I'd like to see what standard practice is. What is Public Management 101? That would be interesting to see what they're teaching people in MPA program. It would also be interesting to see what other jurisdictions in Colorado do. So I'd be willing to look up the public management part of it from college resources to bring that into the next meeting.
Okay. Well, we can get an attorney's opinion too about the actual.
I'm not against the attorney's opinion because
Right.
I'm assuming there's no state law that covers something
Right,
like
and
coffee.
that's what I assume too, that there is no state law that covers this. So that's a moot point.
And I might be wrong.
Yeah, we both might be wrong, Dave. Okay, any other discussion from the board? All right, from the public, yes, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. Just a point of order. I'm a little confused because I think at another meeting it was decided that when a motion's made that it's going to be like repeated.
Yeah.
And I didn't quite hear the repeat of
All
that
right,
motion.
here's the
And then
motion.
also just when a motion's made and it's seconded, then is there like discussion and then discussion from the audience?
Right.
Like, was it already decided though?
No, we
You do
haven't
not?
voted on
Okay,
this yet.
got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Watson.
I have a question. So when you add the attorney to the mix, how much more is this costing us?
We have a flat fee.
Okay, good. So this thing about, I mean, can you just ask the staff to pony up and pay the cost of the coffee pods that they're going to be using here? It's very expensive coffee. 40 servings, 40 pods, I guess that's 40 pots, is $33 there. And all told, there's $280 here of coffee machine and coffee pods. And I am a member of the public. You're constantly wanting to raise water rates up. You're nickel and diming things. You're trying to figure out how you're going to get money out of this public to run the government. And I just have a real problem of the feeling of entitlement of the staff. Bring your own coffee in. The town has a coffee maker for you, and you can take turns bringing your own coffee in. Why do you think that I should be paying for your coffee?
Suzanne?
Okay.
Please. Okay, thank you.
It's not.
All right, here is the motion. What?
On a humorous note, that coffee machine is helping me stay awake at this very moment.
So it's for the board. Yes. Michelle?
Yeah, I think this just reinforces the amendment that Trustee Bear made, that we need to have a policy so that before things like this are coming before the board, the staff has a set of goalposts and guidelines on what is appropriate spending. So whether, if it comes back from the attorney that it's not a legal issue and that there's not clear state level guidance for us, I agree we need to talk about what we feel is appropriate and what's best for our community.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Bettinger.
We have the purchasing policy and later in this thing, and our purchasing policy really needs an overhaul. I mean, some of it should be the policy, and there should be another one for the actual regulations or whatever. And if we could have a statement in there about that sort of thing.
Right.
I mean, I think we're making too big a deal out of this.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So, are we ready to listen to what the motion is? All right, the motion is to have an attorney's report on malfeasance and to put it on the agenda as an item and to develop a town policy on the purchase of non-essential items. Everybody clear? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. We have one nay. Did you get that, Amanda? Trustee Bettinger said nay. Okay. All right. Now, we voted on disbursements. We voted on this. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda? Everybody's shy all of a sudden? Or are we scrolling?
I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Special events permits, Friends of the Paradise Theater, Pickin' in the Park. I assume that we are charging our regular park fees for this event.
Liquor, special event permit, liquor licensing have not been included in any request to waive fees.
So they are paying the park events.
Pickin', you waived the fees for Pickin' Production. Cherry Day, the Friends of the Paradise Theater hosts the beer booth during the events, and they did pay for their license.
So it's just a special event license for liquor sales?
Okay, so it's not the Picket in the Park?
No.
Okay.
No, that's the event.
Okay,
what
thank
it's
you.
at.
Appreciate the clarification.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, I had a couple of changes that were minor to the, relatively minor to the minutes from the previous meeting, so I would approve this with the caveat that those changes are included.
Okay.
And just more generally, I know that the minutes that are available on our website are not necessarily updated after we make those kinds of changes as a board, same with our packets. And I don't think that's clear when you look at the website. So I would like, assuming that it's within the time capabilities of staff, I would like to see those minutes and packets on the website going forward reflect an accurate final set of minutes and packets so they can be referred back to for historical questions.
Okay.
And a note showing that anything prior than today may not be the final version and that the final version's available in Town Hall. Just so that we're super clear. If somebody's using the website as a record, and we've got a nice long record on there now, that it's clear what is our official record and what is not.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Finally, Mr. Canode, you are up. Is he still awake? All right. So, Board of Consideration, Paonia Skate Park Project Update.
J. Cano, 223 Doris, Paonia. I have a couple survey results. Can I pass those out to you guys? Okay, so before I get to those survey results, I'll just give you a update on where things stand with the skate park. We've been having great momentum over the past year, raising funds and getting support from various partners. At this point in time, we've got in the neighborhood of $85,000 in individual donations, grants, and in-kind. So those funds we intend on using, like we've stated from the get-go, leveraging those towards a GoCo grant. That time frame for the next GoCo grant application is coming up this fall. There is a conceptual proposal that's due in August. I think towards the end of August. So we have to have some ducks in a row before we do this conceptual proposal. That main duck is why I'm here tonight, and that is location. The new proposed location for the skate park is a combination of town and school district land adjacent to Paonia K through 8, immediately across the river from the CDOT yard. This location was proposed early, I think maybe early this year or late last year. So to bring up to speed on what's happening with the use of the skate park, the use of the skate park has skyrocketed. And so you all know what the current skate park is and where it's located, right? Over in Town Park, the old tennis courts in Town Park. Use has skyrocketed. Teens and young people, teens especially, have been using this park. Essentially, COVID has created a whole new army of skateboarders in Paonia, both girls and boys. It's really cool to see. It's really actually touching to see and a very healthy thing. But they're there at late hours. I myself kind of cruise down there and patrol the area from time to time, usually around dark, a little bit after dark, just to see what's going on. And there's usually a beehive of activity down there. Last night I went down there and there was, maybe 6 or 8 teenagers down there skating. Couple headlights on the cars run shining at the skate park because they had no, there are no lights down there. And so, those lights shining directly on the neighbor's house down there, music was blaring. This leads me to the next point in this location selection process. We've had a number of complaints of neighbors in the surrounding area of the skate park over the past several months. And because of those complaints, it kind of raised our awareness of, okay, well, is this a good idea, putting the skate park down here, improving the skate park, putting a bunch of money into something that people aren't going to be excited about, especially the neighbors. And so at the direction of Mayor Bachran and Corinne, they had suggested a couple other locations, one of those locations being down by the river, the location that I'm speaking of tonight. And so I went down there, started checking it out, and thought it to be a good place to start exploring to put the skate park. That land down there is all school district land, save for a very small portion of a town parcel down there. So at this point, if a skate park were to go down there, probably most of the skate park would be on school district land, and a portion of it would be on town land as well. I've had various meetings with Kurt Clay at Delta County School District, the assistant superintendent, as well as the principal and vice principal of the new K-8 school. And they're all fully on board. They think it's a great spot. They really have no complaints other than possibly the location of a parking lot, if we were to put a parking lot up by where the school is. Right now there is a dirt lot. As soon as you pull into the school off the paved road off to the left, there's a dirt lot there that's been used for overflow parking for like Delicious Orchards events and whatnot. That could be a possible place for a parking lot. Kurt Clay seemed to think there was no issue with having a parking lot there. And in addition, so various stakeholders that we've been in contact with, individual donors. We've had a couple substantial individual donors, people that have donated grant money. We've had discussions with them about this new location, and they all seem to think that it's a decent location. As you all probably know as well, there is a new river trail being extended in that area. They're already fully underway and are extending that trail. It's looking great, in my opinion. That trail will connect that part of town down to the library. It will kind of be part of a big circuit of recreational access in town. And we would love to be a part of that new recreational circuit, if you will, putting the skate park down there. The last person that we had a conversation with, while he didn't, fully okay the skate park, I had a preliminary conversation with Andrew, who works with the Colorado Department of, the local representative for the Colorado Department of Wildlife. He seemed to think that there were no major issues down there that would prevent us from disturbing wildlife in the area, whether that be elk or the cuckoo or anything else that exists down there in that particular portion of the river. So that's kind of where we are at this point. We need to nail down a location so that we can move forward with our grant process. Should a location be approved, survey is next. We'll have to hire somebody to do a survey of the area, delineate all boundaries, and then the next step is going to be essentially hiring a contractor, putting out an RFP for a contractor, a skate park contractor, getting a design in place, then going for our grant. This all needs to take place, within the next 30 to 45 days. Optimally, we would like it to take place
next 30 to 45 days. So let's see, what else am I leaving off? Do you have any questions thus far on where we're at and the direction that we're looking to go to?
Questions for Mr. Canode from the board? Yes. Trustee Knudsen.
How does this fit in with the Paonia in motion studies that were done? One of the pushes of that study is to vastly improve the Ellen Smith Center so it would be used more often by teens. And it sounds like teens are the ones that are also using the skate park. So I'm just connecting the dots here. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, that the teen center really hasn't been brought up in our discussions. Paonia in Motion has been tremendously helpful in facilitating our goals thus far, with everything from really facilitating design meetings, facilitating public input meetings, where we've had great input from what I call stakeholders. Ultimately, most of the people that are showing up to these design meetings are teenagers. It's great to see them being involved. As far as the teen center, that has not been wrapped into our discussion. Now, the last conversation I had with a skate park contractor, I've been talking with somebody who's actually a local resident that is also a foreman on for a skate park contractor, and they do skate parks all over the nation. And I brought him down there, had him check out the site. He thought it was great, but I also had him check out the town park location and just said, hey, this is another possibility that we're batting around. What do you think of this? And he brought up a point that I think is a good point, and people have been wondering what will happen with the old skate park. While right now, anything that exists there, in my opinion, needs to be condemned and taken away. Quite honestly, it still could be utilized for a skate park in the future. So, depending on what we can do in terms of getting funding for this skate park expansion that we're talking about in a separate location, there could also be, a possibility of using that old skate park space, improving it to the point that at least it serves a purpose, and especially for littler kids, is a usable spot for their recreation. Because this skate park that we have in mind, that we're have been designing all along, is definitely I'll call it a launch pad for professional action sports. Action sports, skateboarding, BMX, freestyle riding. They're now Olympic sports. They're now fully fledged, in terms of being a sport that is accepted by society and actually being revered by society. And so, these sports do have a place, and the skate park that we would like to design and have available for kids is something that, it's not going to be for every beginner. It's not going to be for a 3- and a 4-year-old to go there and for parents to let them loose and expect things to be, safe and sound. Because at the same time, there are going to be teenagers and even adults, older kids, using the park in a much more aggressive fashion. And so that's kind of what this new skate park that we've had in mind the whole time is going to be. So the possibility of leaving the old skate park space as a skate park space and maybe improving on it a little bit, leaving room for expansion on it, is a possibility as well. And I don't think there'd have to be a ton of money spent to make that feasible as well. Does that answer your question? Roundabout.
Trustee Johnson.
I'm really glad that you contacted Andrew at the State Wildlife Office and to discuss this with him, because I think this is really going to be cool. But I look at it and I see it as a shutoff for the wildlife corridor that is there. So, I mean, that's my first thought when I see it, because, you know, elk used to come in through there, and deer still do.
Yeah.
But
the total size of the skate park, we're probably going to, in terms of budget and whatnot, it'll probably be limited to around 10,000 square feet. More realistically, probably closer to 7,000 square feet. And it will also be butted up against the highway, really as close as we can possibly get it to the highway. So, you know, it's not going to take a tremendous amount of space, and it's not going to be located, you know, way in the forested area down there. You know, that's our intents at this point.
is the layout basically what's shown on the draft map here?
No, not there's no scale there. Yeah, and that's just kind of a general outline. Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
I think, you know, in order to give a better idea of scale, I think a survey is going to have to be done, and a design is going to have to be procured. We'll have to spend money for that design. But I think, you know, prior to spending money on that, we can get a much better general idea of, you know, boundaries. Go down there, stake out, you know, at least the area, the square footage where it's going to be, to give, you know, everybody a better understanding of just how much space will be taken up down there.
All right, thank you.
Bear.
One of my big concerns that we had at the town park skateboard area was the interaction of the skateboarders and the neighbors, especially later in the evening, which I think you're already experiencing.
Yeah.
So I'm encouraged to see you take it out here where there is essentially you're away from the neighbors. You're not going to be having people calling all the time, complaining about noise. So I think your design here is, your location is a pretty good idea.
It's a space for kids to be kids. Now, on the other side of that coin, you give kids too much space, and they push the limits. So, you know, I think the town's going to have to really understand that this is, you know, the police force. This is going to be part of patrol for the police force. We want to put it in such a location that all the policeman has to do is just do kind of a quick drive-by. They'll be able to look down the hill. They should be able to see full well, you know, what's going on down there. And, you know, if trouble has taken place, then, you know, that can be addressed at that point. But that's, you know, one of the main reasons why I think, and along with the stakeholders as well, think that this is a better spot, is I think it will just be utilized much more often. Mainly the temperature around the skate park down by the river is usually several degrees cooler than in town. There's built-in shade down there. And I think if a park were situated in Town Park, out like where the baseball diamond is, which is the most likely spot for an alternative location if the river park were not to work out, it's in full sun, and you know, summertime is the most time that kids are going to be using that place. It's just going to be, the sun's just going to be beaten down. Nobody's going to use it during the day. And if we're going to be spending, you know, $300,000-$400,000 on a skate park, which is our target budget at this point, we really want a place that people are going to be comfortable with using and want to use, and just, you know, be a pleasant place. And I think in conjunction with the river park expansion that's taking place down there, the school district's mission to make that whole area an outdoor laboratory and outdoor education location. You know, they've got their recreational trail being installed right now that's going to be a great little circuit all around where the skate park is. I just see everything dovetailing together and working quite nicely. And, you know, the odd thing is I had no idea that any of this other development was taking place when we decided to, you know, look at this alternative location. But I'm just excited that it is happening because I just love to see, you know, any expansion of recreation happening, especially along river corridors in Colorado where they tend to house dumps and industrial yards and things of that nature. So that's kind of where we're coming from on that. And yeah, I don't think I have anything
Other
else.
questions? Yes, Trustee Budinger.
You say you've already talked to the school about the school district. I mean, do you think you
Yeah.
seem like we'll have no problem getting there okay?
Yeah, they've already okayed
They have.
the idea. And they've, with the caveat that as we progress, as designs are materialized, we need to pass all that by them. They're going to become a partner on par with town, essentially. It's, you know, there's going to have to be a memorandum of understanding created that appeases them, created by the town. It seems like they kind of have their own MOUs that it's like, this is what you're going to have to use type thing. But I'm sure negotiations can take place. But the school district seems excited about it, and the fact that kids, that's going to be a kid corridor now. You know, kids are going to be walking to school, biking to school, skateboarding to school. You know, it is regrettable right now that there's probably a couple 100 feet of sidewalk that doesn't exist that connects that part of town with the main part of town. I would hope to see that be remedied, you know, as things develop down there, because it will just make it safer for kids and just more convenient for kids to have a sidewalk the whole way. But it's almost all there, and at the same time, you know, there's a crosswalk that is going to be built as part of the River Trail extension, so there's going to be additional safety going on there. And yeah, I think it's a decent idea.
Other questions? Yes, Trustee Pedersen.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first one, you mentioned parking and the potential for a new parking lot. Since the school was formerly a high school, I assume there were some students who would drive to the school and park there. And since that's no longer going to be the case with a K through 8, I wonder if the school's parking needs will be reduced by quite a bit. And rather than building an additional parking lot, if their parking lot could be made available to skate park users as well.
You know, I got the idea, at least, you know, Kurt Clay was okay, and he's the assistant superintendent. He seemed to be okay with using that parking lot, and I don't foresee, you know, paving that or anything like that. I mean, it is a natural parking lot as it stands. But the principal and assistant principal, they weren't too keen on the idea of having that mix of public and school users, if you will, taking place within close proximity to their school. So that was kind of their take on the parking lot, and having the public encroach upon school grounds. It seemed to me that they kind of wanted a bit of a buffer as much as possible between the skate park and the school grounds.
Okay, I understand the need for a buffer between the skate park and the K-8 school, but I also, and maybe this is for future negotiations, but I think there's probably enough parking lot there that the parking for the school and a buffer and the parking for the skate park could all exist within that same space, since we're not going to have nearly the same number of drivers going for the school use. And I know this isn't your decision, but
I agree with you. I mean, it's
in terms of the board making a decision on the use of the property, I would not like to see an additional parking lot taking up some of that space. But
yeah,
the parking lot would be on the school property and not on town property?
Yeah.
Okay, my misunderstanding. So
Yeah.
that's between you and the school, I guess.
Do you have that little diagram that shows the school lot there?
I
Or
do, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the town lot is a minuscule little triangle down there, and
Okay.
that's why we have to go through the school. The school is also very amenable to, you know, we had ideas of a couple bicycle trails through the trees, like a jump track, pump track type thing in that vicinity, kind of right next to where they're building a trail currently. So there would be just a parallel trail, but for more, you know, freestyle stunt bicycling type stuff. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you. My other question is on restroom facilities. I assume the school is not going to allow use of their facilities for this. Is that part of your budget for building to build restroom facilities,
No.
or how would that be managed?
I think something that you know, in terms of restrooms, I think the most feasible thing is going to be a porta potty, and that will be a town expense to, you know, maintain a porta potty down there, and whether that's, I don't specifically know where the porta potty would exist. In that parking area would be the easiest location to probably do pumping, but I know very little about porta potty management. So, but porta potty would be the most feasible thing, especially down there. I don't think a bathroom would be feasible to build down there without added great expense.
Okay, to me, that's the most difficult sticking point in location versus the town park, where we already have existing facilities that are available for use. So that's, you know, weighing the town expense. I don't, especially if this is going to grow into a large and we hope well-used facility, a porta potty seems like an incomplete solution to what could otherwise be a really beautiful area for people to use.
And it could be a first step. That's the other thing, is that could be a first step, and then as things progress, the bathroom gets part of it. I mean, it's like looking at Town Park and saying it would be wonderful if we had a restroom down by the play area. And we have talked about that and looked at grants to pay for that. And it's just not there yet, but at some point. So, you know, if this was a phased kind of thing to say, okay, this is the basic skate park is here, the next phase is to do the pump track, maybe a bathroom, because you're not going to do it all with your grant right now anyway.
No, the bathroom is not part of that at all.
All right. I love the idea of a skate park, and I think the location from a noise perspective and from a neighbor's perspective makes perfect sense. It seems like the ideal location. The other hard issue for me is ongoing maintenance that would be the responsibility of the town for this park, because I worry that in terms of the money we have available for parks, for infrastructure, for streets, for concrete, 10 years from now, if the board says, hey, that's not a priority, then we've got a huge slab of concrete that's falling apart, which would be sad. And at the same time, I can absolutely see prioritizing other park projects. So I don't know if there's a way to develop like a donation fund or some kind of effort toward an ongoing set aside for maintenance that doesn't have to pull from the town annual maintenance budget. I don't know if that's even feasible, but it's just something on my mind.
Yeah. In general, concrete skate parks don't really take too much maintenance, especially if they're done correctly from the get-go. With a proper concrete pour, which is why, you know, we wouldn't be compromising on hiring any sort of an amateur skate park contractor. And then as time goes on, your typical, you know, concrete patching and things of that nature, that's usually years down the line is when those types of repairs start to surface. And so, yeah, I mean, at that point, doing a little fundraiser, just a little, you know, town fundraiser of some sort to do those repairs, I think is certainly feasible. You know, a Friends of the Skate Park type situation, I think could be done for sure.
Thank you.
Trustee Knudsen.
Madam Mayor, I just did a calculation. We're on item 7 of item 19 on the budget, on our agenda. It's taken us 3 hours to get to item 7. So in order to get to item 19, I would propose that we would adjourn at 4:30 in the morning.
I think you're saying maybe we should bring this discussion to a close.
Well, I'm thinking we also need to extend the meeting because we're getting close to 9:30.
Yeah, all right, so let's, Bill, go ahead with your question.
And you may have already answered this question in the past, but have you had any discussions with the Pool and Rec District about being this included in there?
Yeah, the Pool and Rec District have donated $10,000 toward the project.
But I mean, as far as them getting it all developed and then putting it under their auspices, so there's an ongoing funding?
We have not spoken with that, and that's something that took place in the past with this skate park. And to be honest, there were problems there in terms of, it was their responsibility to manage and maintain that skate park, but yet things fell through the cracks with that management. And I think that might be a possibility for them to be involved, but certainly we'd have to talk to them about it. I do think it makes more sense for the town for it to be under the auspices of town, and possibly the rec district, as Michelle brought up, maybe they could help out with repairs, maybe they have a budget for that type of thing possibly as well, but I'm just speaking out of the ethers.
Long-term, they have a long-term funding mechanism. I
Yeah.
realize you can't answer those questions tonight, but it would be nice to see them included in.
Yeah, I mean, that we can certainly have further discussion with them on what they think about that,
It's not my hands on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, Michelle.
So just bottom line, is there something that you specifically need from us tonight, or a direction of when you need us to make a final statement?
The construction of the skate park in this location, you guys have already committed $23,000 in kind donations, and so this will be the spot. You guys are also going to be the fiscal agent for the grant, and so you have to be fully behind moving forward at this point.
Okay, and just to understand what it is that we're committing to, when we commit to this location, is that also a commitment to take responsibility for all of the maintenance requirements going forward?
Correct.
Okay.
Can we get a motion?
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Because I think this is a great project. That's a sticking point for me, and I don't want to see that be like the piece that ruins the project, basically. So is there any time for us to have a conversation that includes the school district, that includes the parks and the North Fork Pool Parks and Rec Group, so that we have at least an idea of what the different groups are willing to contribute to that ongoing maintenance before we have a final, this is how it's going to go, kind of a vote?
Certainly,
Even 2
yeah.
weeks.
And so, when I say, this is where the rubber meets the road, it very well could be that this location, a skeleton pops out of the closet with this Riverside location that makes it unfeasible for us to move forward. Whether that be, I don't know, whether Colorado Department of Wildlife all of a sudden says, no, we can't okay what's going on down there because of this, this, and this, or some unforeseen thing. So, at this point, what we need is just a commitment to this location so that we can move forward with, grant funding and whatnot. And I think speaking with the partners certainly should be done. If you guys, really want to delineate who's going to be responsible. But really from the get-go, from this whole process, this is a multi-year process that's been happening. And so, from the get-go, it was understood that the town was going to be managing this park. So for, to now kind of go back and say, well, I don't know if we should be managing that park. Well, you guys have kind of already agreed to oversee the park, at least in the past.
All right, I need to interrupt you. We need to have a motion to extend the meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting for an hour.
Do I hear a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So, yeah, and questions?
I move that we accept this location as the,
Wait a minute. Quiet. We will take public comment after we have a motion on the table. You will get your chance to speak.
I move that we accept the Riverside location as the town's designation for the skate park.
Do I have a second? That we accept this location for the skate park.
The location as presented in the drawing out there by the high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Do I have a second?
For purpose of conversation, so we can have a discussion? Second, I second that.
Okay. Now we'll open the floor for public comment. Who would like to comment? Sir.
Hey there, my name's Danny Bailey, 605 North Fork, longtime resident of Paonia, longtime skateboarder, user of the facility that we have here. There's a few things that come up immediately that are really great points and need to be considered, like the maintenance of the skate park. As Jay mentioned, concrete skate parks that are properly done can go 20 years with almost no maintenance on them. There are other skate parks in the area that can attest to that, and even the amount of maintenance, we could provide that kind of information on what they're doing. The other thing I want to mention is just that skateboarding is like really built of a community of people that are super passionate about what they're doing and frequently maintain this kind of stuff for free on their own. And I will be one of those people doing that kind of stuff. I'm a longtime resident, intend on being a resident for the rest of my life in Paonia, and I'm a huge contributor to this project because it's really dear to my heart. Honestly, growing up here, there's not a lot to do, you know. Finding something like a skate park is like a life-saving thing for a lot of kids like myself, kept me out of a lot of trouble. So I just feel like that location appeases so many different things for so many different people. This has been an issue, the complaining about kids skating in Paonia on the streets, at the skate park that's a designated spot for it, forever, since 1991 when we first got that skate park. So I just want to point out that it's like, I feel like if we don't move forward with this location, it's a huge missed opportunity because this has never even been in the cards any other time that we've approached trying to raise funds for a skate park. We're finally at a point where we can actually do something very substantial that's actually going to bring in revenue to Paonia too. People travel all over the country just to go to skate parks, and they stay in the towns that they're in. They do all this stuff. I'm one of those people. So I just want it to be like the awareness of what it can bring also, because not only the opportunity for the kids in the community, but it is a revenue generator. It's not like skateboarders are bringing tons of money out there, but as Jay mentioned, it's an Olympic sport now. There are people traveling to Japan right now, and they're making millions of dollars doing it, and they give back to the communities. So I don't want the like maintenance thing to be a huge deterrent. I also want to touch on the bathroom situation. Porta-John is the #1 bathroom at every skate park in the country. There are a handful of skate parks that do have actual bathrooms or are located in a facility that provides a bathroom. The town park isn't a great example of that because it's a seasonal restroom. And then there's a Porta-John there, as you all know, because it's not a winterized facility. Unless you can build a winterized facility out at that location, it's going to be a seasonal bathroom that kids can only use for part of the year. You're going to have to bring in a Porta-John. And I think it's something that whether the town can take on that responsibility to cover the cost of a Porta-John, I know that we could fundraise for that kind of thing. I work at Solar Energy International. We used to use Porta-Johns all year long for our classes. It's like $20 a month for a Porta-John for them to come clean it out once a week. So low expenses, but need to be taken into consideration, right? Because we're making an investment in the community, and the community should continue to maintain that investment also. Really important in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think that's really the main stuff I want to say is just that I feel like we're going to miss an opportunity if we don't select this spot. And it's going to make a huge difference for the folks that live at the town park. I go there, I tell the kids to keep it down because I've been going there since I was a little kid, and everybody's always yelled at us. We can't play our music there. You can't do any of the stuff that you want to do. If we go to a location like out at the high school, or sorry, the K through 8, soon to be, you're going to be putting it right on the kids' way to and from school also. So that's going to encourage all of the kids to have access to it. I want to think that it'll hopefully promote the opportunity to improve those sidewalks, like Jay said. Maybe that's a motivation to annex that part into town so that we can have more involvement with the whole process. But it's also like another motivation to reduce the speed limit out there. We're going to be sending all the little kids out on the highway now. So I'm just thinking of like tag teaming as many things together, being at this recreational sports kind of facility that we're looking at with the pump track, skate park, the trail to the library, all of these things dovetailing together and just being like a really fantastic location. Very similar to what is being offered at many of the other communities around here, Gunnison, Carbondale, Aspen. All of these places have kind of intentionally put these locations together so that everybody can head out there and do their things. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so how many people would like to speak on this issue? All right, I'm going to give you 3 minutes apiece in the interest of time. So, ma'am, you're heading it up first.
Renee Atchley, 1169 Lamborn Drive. I just want to say thank you for all your work to do this, but I don't like the location. I also don't like the fact that we're arguing over Keurig and coffee, and yet we just said, okay, we'll just maintain a skate park, and we don't even have any numbers, okay? The next point is this skate park is primarily on school property, so you're maintaining something that you don't even own. The next part is the parking lot that you're talking about is just a dirt parking lot. No, we won't have any kids driving out there except for the kids using this park that are integrated with our elementary and junior high kids. That is something to think about. Teenage drivers, I raised a couple myself. Don't really trust them. They're in their 30s. Well, I raised a few more than just a couple, but you know, to this day, there's some days I don't even want to get in the truck with them. So I think there's too many moving parts right now. You guys had too many questions with the rec district and how this is going to be funded to actually commit to this tonight. I think it needs to be tabled. I think a lot of moving parts need to come into this, including the school district and the lawyer. What happens when somebody gets hurt? Who's responsible for that? That's huge. My kids have all been hurt on the skate park or in the park. I think the park itself is the best place for this. I'm sorry the neighbors are upset. I'm sure that Trustee Bear said at a few football games. It's a park. It makes noise. We have noise. We had a drum circle, or where there was supposed to be a drum circle there tonight. We have concerts. We have picking in the park. We have cherry days. The park is busy. We have visual on our children there. That is something to think about too. We're not sticking them out on a highway hoping that somebody pays attention to them. I see the police officers going through the high school every once in a while. Who is actually responsible for patrolling that? Is it the county or is it the town? So there's too many moving parts to have any type of vote on this. Table it, yes. Figure it out, great. But the town park seems to be the best place. If you live next to a park, I think you ought to expect some noise. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, Mr. Markle, I think you had your hand up.
I did. I just had one quick point. I think the location's fine. Don't really have an opinion aside from the parking area. That gravel lot is used by Don's trucks, Associated Foods trucks, parked there overnight. They used to park in the Don's parking lot, which was obnoxious and illegal. And I spoke to Brad at Don's and Don himself, and we came to an understanding. And since 2017, the trucks have been parking in that gravel lot overnight, which is great because for the same reasons these guys want their, you know, to keep the noise away, and it's quiet and out of town, convenient, close, but not too close. It's a really good spot. So I just want to make sure that as this plan develops, if that lot is used for parking, that it can still accommodate a 53-foot trailer vehicle, so that Don's doesn't have to find a new location to park their trucks. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, Christine.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. My concern is moving so far ahead with one aspect of the master plan when we don't have the comprehensive master plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Oh, turn on the talk button. No, it's on the front. It's a big gray button. Yeah.
Philip Kumler, 224 Rio Grande. Thank you for all your hard work, everybody's hard work. I'm not trying to down anybody with this. I don't agree with the location down by the high school for many of the said reasons already. Bathrooms, lights, everything, that's all provided at the park already. I think the thing that kind of stinks about it is saying it's just going to be a teen thing. It's age inclusive. Again, if we have smaller kids, my kid's 7, going to be 8 next year, he's a ripper. I don't really want him traveling down there. Cherry Days, all that stuff that goes on in the park, it's awesome. They can be over there while we're at Cherry Days. Like, it's a great area to have that, to have all the tourists come in. It's right there. I think, again, I would hate to kill it, but there's a lot of comprehensive things that need to be looked at, like the ability to get there, roads, sidewalks, maybe an under bridge thing to get there. I just think there needs to be more of a plan on the table to agree to a location like this, a more comprehensive look at like, hey, how's this going to be done? Like you guys said, maintained, and accessibility. As per the park, I know we have curfew in town for somebody to roll by and be like, hey guys, you're done. Seasonally wise, it's in the winter, it's a tough place. Trees, also all the stuff that's going to be on the ramps, the sticks, the leaves, the wet. We don't want it to freeze down there. I know it is flooded down there before. I'd hate for it to freeze, ruin it one year for us.
Silence, please, if you're not speaking. Thank you.
As per shade, I know that's been brought up. I've grown up in skate parks. I've never been in one with shade. For the main reason of stuff falling onto it. You don't want to hit it with a board. You hit a tiny rock with a board, you're down. And again, bringing up the accessibility of injuries out by the high school. Is there going to be an ability for an ambulance or someone to get down there to the children if they're injured down there? To sum it up, I think it needs a broader, more talked about solution and plan put on the table. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Chris.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I'm not against the skateboard park, but I think the park's a better place. I'm really upset that this is coming before the board tonight and they want an answer. Why wasn't this brought 3 or 4 months ago when it first started? So that everybody would have time to think about it and to be able to do their thing. Why didn't we fight for the high school? That's the big question. Why didn't we fight to keep our... I know, I'm going to go on a rant. I'm sorry.
Well, we need to stay on topic.
That's fine. I'm going to go on a rant for a minute here, just a second, okay?
I give you 21 seconds.
Okay, you got it.
Rant it.
Why didn't we keep our pharmacy and our drugstore? We're losing our medical facilities. And we're fighting for a skate park down on the river that could be put at the high school where there's more facilities. And it shouldn't have to be done tonight.
Okay, thank you, Chris. All right, anyone else? Yes, Suzanne.
I looked at the plans, and when I've seen skate parks, and especially these new style ones, and they really are a commitment, and it's really a pretty permanent structure. So I think the town needs to be pretty sure of where, they want it. They're definitely increasing the size of what you're looking at. It's just not a flat little thing at Town Park anymore. And so you will be increasing the traffic. If you're bringing people to come here to use it, you really are increasing the use. And it's a big heat sink. I live off of 2nd Street. It's a concrete road. In the summertime, it absorbs so much heat and it blows it into my yard. I think you're going to be making those lots around the park, the residential lots, a lot less livable as a residential zone. So I know I don't know why there hasn't been a little bit more discussion about the available areas around town. You know, you have the area across from the library. You talked about doing space to create there, but that's a huge acreage actually. And why can't there be perhaps something put in there? Why hasn't there been a little bit more of a discussion about the other areas, how we could fit this in to town properties? I feel like it's kind of too big of a jump ahead right now. And I'd also like to know, is this really the process? Do you vote to just like commit to something like this, or is there some legal process that you need to be following just to kind of protect yourselves and to make people happy and follow the right steps for the taxpayers, for the people who are promoting it? But I really think you might want to look at the property across from the library, the old sewer treatment pond property, and maybe there's a portion of it. It could turn into something great, and the skate park could be part of it someday. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, okay.
Signe DeGraffney, 224 Rio Grande. I just wanted to say I've donated to the skate park. Is a hub for everybody. If you ended up doing it up there, you know, what's going to happen with trash? Again, are there going to be water fountains? Are there going to be trash cans? Are there going to be facilities to use the restroom? Everything at the park already has that. Same thing with curfews. There's already lights there. If there were going to be lights on the skate park, you can shut them down at a certain time. We would be able to, of course, you know, if somebody got hurt, be able to get there. The other problem with down by the river is, of course, with trees, there's a lot of trash, there's a lot of debris, there's leaves. It's not a safe combination with people skating as well. I think that was probably about it. But yeah, looking at different locations or other locations, or of course the town, which already has the whole infrastructure for something like this. Also with concrete skate parks, they're actually half as noisy as like the ones that we have right now. I know the ones that we have right now, they're metal, they're boards, they're ramps, they're super loud. Concrete facilities are not like that at all. They're very quiet, and the noise level would probably go actually down. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Or talk button. Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to make it painful because I think everybody has a great point, and I think tons of people have put time and preparation into this, so I wanted to acknowledge those folks and say thank you. One thing not brought up, mosquitoes. It's going to be awful. Second thing, these are GOCO funds, and I just want to make sure that we are using those funds with sensibility. There's other funds that have come from other places I recognize. We want to be sensible to that. And within that comes the care in the process of selecting where this goes and everything within it, and we're pushing this just too fast. Thank you so much. Xanadu Sisson, 208 3rd Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Pardon? Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. We have a motion and a second on the board. All in favor? Oh, all opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay. That motion fails. Would someone like to make an alternative motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we table this item so that we can bring the jurisdictions together to look at some of this process, and it's not just the town.
Okay, do I have a
So
second on that?
specifically the school district and the pool parks and rec, as Trustee Bear suggested.
All right. So we have a motion to table this item. I think we just have a motion to table this item.
That would be best.
All right.
Very simple.
Do I have a second on that? Any discussion? Yes, Trustee Bear.
I think one of the concerns was the funding cycle. Am I correct in saying that? And you had to have it in to meet this funding cycle? Correct. So it's not gonna happen, I guess. So you lose your funding cycle, is there?
Jay, would you please come to the microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, so if we can't get a proposal together to submit to GOCO by end of August, I believe, like the third week in August is when that is due, then we'd be having to wait till the next funding cycle.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you.
Any other? Yes.
So we do have already a special meeting scheduled for the first Tuesday in August. Would there be any possibility of adding on to that? So we have an hour for our originally planned special meeting and then have an hour where we ask representatives from the other entities to join us for a discussion so that we can be prepared for board action as early as August 10th, which I hope would give you enough time, if you know that that's our schedule, to maybe still get something together for this funding cycle.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay.
So, originally, when I started this process 7 years ago, it was the Pool Park and Rec District that was going to be our legal entity for writing grants and whatnot, and they were fully behind it. They were ready to just continue down the path that we were going. And then somewhere along the line, basically the last town administrator said that no, maybe the town should do this. And so we actually did have a meeting where the town agreed that this is what we were going to do, is maintain a skate park and sanction a skate park. So I'm wondering, and I was very apprehensive about doing that for this very reason. The gears start to grind and then they stop. You know what I mean? So what about just going back to the Pool Park and Rec District and having them be the entity? You guys, write off on the lot, just like the agreement that was in place with the current skate park. They lease it for a year. They basically lease the space, maintain the space, and it's basically under their jurisdiction, town land, but Park District jurisdiction. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. I guess I'm not asking you to make a decision at this point, but maybe that is a possibility that we would revisit to just alleviate, again, the gears grinding to a halt.
All right. Yes, Michelle.
I appreciate that, and I know you've been working on this for a long time, and I hope that we can get to a solution in time for you to not lose the opportunity for this funding cycle. I think if we can take that opportunity and have a special meeting where you can be available and the Parks and Rec District can be available and the school district can be available, some representative from each organization, so that we can just communicate together about the plan before the board makes a final decision. That just really appeals to me. But I would like to see the project move forward. I just think we need to communicate a little more with the other entities and have a better picture of what that looks like 5, 10, 20 years from now.
Understood.
All right. Yes, Dave.
Could you please explain the survey? Because you never got to that. The survey that was in front of us?
Well, yeah, I mean, with any construction that takes place, a survey is going to have to be done to delineate.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, yeah, so that was facilitated by Paonia in Motion. And on their survey, they did have a question that they posed to the public for skate park location, and it was a multiple choice. And I think, all those selections on there were part of the multiple choice. So that's the result, the final result, because that survey is now done.
So did we get a second on the motion to table, Amanda? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now, do you want to make a second motion to go ahead and put this on to our special meeting?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we add this topic to our special meeting scheduled for August 3rd and make every effort to have a representative from the Pool Parks and Rec District, a representative from the school district, and a representative or Mr. Canode in attendance as well.
Okay. Do I hear a second on that motion?
Second.
All right. So we have a motion to add this to the agenda of the special meeting on August 3rd with attempts to get the school district, the Pool Park and Rec, and Mr. Canode at that meeting. Correct? All right. Yes, Thomas?
Real quickly, in the interest of expedience, it might be a good idea to have a draft memorandum, MOU, memorandum of understanding between those entities so that it could be presented at that meeting for a point of discussion.
Thank you. However, I don't, if we're not going to collaborate with the school district and Pool Park and Rec, it seems like a waste of effort. So I think we need to talk to them before we do that.
Yeah, okay. Whatever.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other further discussion? Yes.
Yeah, just sort of related to that comment, there is some information that I think would be helpful for us to have in front of us for that meeting, and I wonder if just following up by email to staff on things we'd like to see to help make that decision would be okay with the board.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, let's move on. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Bushta.
So I didn't want to complicate the other discussion with my comment, but Trustee Knutson, you brought up a thing about Paonia Motion and the Smith Center. And I just want to point out to you that I'm on the Paonia Motion group, and the Smith Center was included to come up with ideas of how to best utilize the facility. There's no intention going in that we would make that a teen center again. So it was a little bit contrary to what you brought up in kind of a public forum. So I just want to clarify that. With the high school closing like they did, the high school used it a lot in the fall, obviously with football games, JV games, and so on. So obviously there's a big use that's not going to be used in the fall that we've typically done. And so I asked them to include the Smith Center in their survey so we could come up with ideas for better utilizing the facility. So, but no decision, and they're not really pushing to make it a teen center again.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to item number 8 on our agenda. Trustee review the Riverbank Subdivision Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. Corinne.
So these two documents were supposed to be led by the town attorney, but in his absence, I will do my best. I know we also have Mr. Frederick Zimmer, representative for the applicant, available. So what is included in the packet is following the direction that was provided to the town attorney with the conditional preliminary approval of the Riverbank subdivision is the updated code covenants and restrictions that update it to the current level of development instead of the previous level of development, which was a 60-plus unit development, and also is included the subdivision improvements agreement sans the cost estimate sheet, which is why this is labeled as a trustee review. This is an opportunity to preview the language and see that the recommended changes were incorporated, and it is slated for the next agenda to bring the updated cost estimate before the board for final approval of the preliminary approval for Riverbank.
Any comments from the board on this document, these documents? Yes, Bill.
Well, on page 107, under security, the stuff that's been on my page anyway, outlined or highlighted in yellow. In lieu of a bond, developer will before commencing work on a phase, place funds in a separate account and show proof to the town. These funds will be sufficient for payment for improvements for the water, sewer, and roads as listed in developer's cost estimate. I mean, I think that's a shaky statement. That we're going to show proof, but whose account? Who's in control? Who says it's there today and gone tomorrow? I don't like that. And my second comment, under standards, must construct the improvements of the property according to the following designs. I think that the town needs to be furnished a as-built drawings after the project is completed.
As-built are a requirement at the end of the project. For any, as-built are a requirement for any project upon completion.
Thank you. I guess my other concern, I'd like to hear other people what they have to say about that, but I don't find it palatable.
All right, other comments from the board? Yes.
I was curious about how that $45 per hour on page 107 or 106, under improvements, it says that's going to be the maximum charge the town can administer for building inspection services, and I think they can be considerably higher than that. So I don't like that restriction. I think it should be whatever the current cost to the town of building inspection services without a restriction.
Other comment? Yes, Trustee Mack.
Page 106, the last sentence says, ends including but not limited to those for inspection by the town engineer. We don't have a town engineer.
It's who we contract to take care of this project, which was SGM, has been the engineer contract for all review and submittals on behalf of the town in response to the Riverbank subdivision.
So would it be too much to ask for, have it say town contracted engineer?
No.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you.
Other comments? Yes, Trustee Benninger.
I think that town engineer is separate and different from the building inspector. You know, this is where the $45 is. And I don't know what SGM's charges, but the building inspector would be later on down the line.
And I will provide this to the town attorney, who would provide them to the Riverbank Development, to EVO, and with his agreement, it would be included and provided at the next meeting along with the cost estimate.
Okay, so I have one other comment, and it is on the SIA, and stormwater is not addressed on the SIA. So if there could be some statement as far as stormwater abatement. Yes, Frederick. Yeah, they talk about water and sewer, but they don't address stormwater. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Did everybody hear that?
One more time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so one more time.
Okay. As far as stormwater collection, that is all part of the engineering. That is one of the purposes of the curb and gutter, because it makes it that much easier to collect all of that, and then there'll be sewers and retention that's built into the whole engineering plan.
Okay.
And if I'm not sure, I couldn't hear very well from the back, Mr. Barra, but was your concern was about the monies for that work being secure?
Yes, he said that the statement is it's going to be placed in a fund and proof be shown to the town. Well, I understand that. I could have money in the bank today, but it can be gone tomorrow, but I've already showed the proof to the town. I think it leaves the town in a vulnerable position with that type of a statement. So that's why I don't particularly like it. It's
Yeah.
the town doesn't have any security interest in it.
Right, I can see that. I think that's, the intention there is an escrow account where that money would be put in that account and would only be dispersed for that purpose. The developer wouldn't have access to the money otherwise.
Yes, and that would be fine, but I think that the town attorney needs to expand that statement
Sure.
to where we have that kind
Yeah,
of
so
security.
that's clear for everybody. Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Yes, Trustee Budinger?
I don't know where it is, but when you, it says you're gonna do the road to a certain extent, but the curb and gutter, does that get done as each lot is sold? Does the developer, I mean, does the owner of the lot do the curb and gutter, or do you do it
No, no, that would
ahead
all
of-
be part of, you know, the developer's responsibility.
that's-
With the building of the road would come the curb and gutter.
So that
Yeah.
counts with the road?
And that will
Okay.
go in the phases as is required.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Knutson?
I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. This is really only for developing these first 2 taps. Is that correct? That's
So
phase 1?
the plan is for the entire, you know,
Right.
potential development. In the initial, we are only entitled to develop 2 lots. That would be
Right.
lot 1 and 2, because I already own the water and sewer taps for those.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But otherwise, everything else is contingent on the moratorium being lifted
Right.
and us being able to buy taps. Because
So-
I know those 2 things aren't necessarily, concurrent.
Yeah. So what we could see, let's say the moratorium isn't lifted for a while, but Evo wants to start building his home, or, another person has also bought into it. We would see then a road being built to standards, and those 2 lots given water and sewer lines. Is that correct?
Yeah, the water and sewer would absolutely be part of the initial, but as far as the road and the curb and gutter in that first phase, it's not really practical because it's a very short distance. There are markers there as far as manholes, I think is how it's referenced, as to when each segment would be built. And to be honest, relative to the as-builts, and we're gonna turn those roads over to Travis, I think it makes sense for everyone not to build those roads until the heavy construction is done. So point being, you build lot 1 and 2, you still have 13 other lots that have to be built. So in all that construction, that road is going to be run over with 80,000-pound trucks all day long, and blah blah blah. So I think that's something that. Did you want to say something? No. Something that we would work out a reasonable schedule so that you guys felt like you were getting the curb and gutter in reasonable time, but at the same time, it was put off as long as it could be so that construction could happen without abusing the road.
Okay.
Mayor, so I do just want to add at this point too that, because in the absence of the town attorney, and I in no way think that I know what I'm talking about, but I do just want to point out that during the hearing, these things were already discussed, and the phasing, which included installation of the road, curb and gutter, was already approved. And the conditions that were put on were to update the CCR and the SIA, bring that back. And that was the final decision. So just saying it again, not speaking as an attorney, but want to make sure that good for information, but that we don't start making changes that were already approved during the public hearing land use development process.
All right, anything else? Anything from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
I had a question on page 109, item 16 at the bottom of the page under vested rights, item I. So what does it mean, no downzoning? The maximum number of residential dwelling units and acres for residential use, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there was an agreement that they would go to R1 from R2. So what does no downzoning mean? I mean, I thought that was one of the points that was made by the Planning Commission.
Right. I'm, in my opinion, which again holds no water whatsoever, Suzanne, is that it means it can't go to R2. It cannot go to R2, so it has to stay R1.
It would seem, I mean, how does it go? Is R1 the most down and R2
No,
is up?
I think R1 is the most restrictive.
Okay.
It is, and so my understanding, and of course I'm reading this, and I would defer to a definition to be provided by the town attorney, is that I believe that what they mean by no downzoning is that they can't reduce the size of the lots that they've submitted. They can't reduce the size of the open space that's been permitted. It doesn't necessarily mean that they would be building more homes, but that so it reads that the maximum number of residential dwelling units and acres for the residential use and the total gross acres for the non-residential use as set forth in the project plans may be amended from time to time are hereby vested. So I think that it means that they have the right to modify those things, but they can't, if there was a zone reduction that would allow them to increase what was permitted, they couldn't do that. That's a really rough explanation of my understanding, and I would refer to the town attorney for a clear.
Yeah, I don't know if you would want to put definitions in or something, but maybe it's boilerplate and I just don't understand it. But I'd like to hear from him on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anything else? All right, I think we have accomplished our mission here, and we should move on to item number 9. Board consideration of Coronavirus Relief Fund update and remaining funds for expenditure. That's okay. We're getting there.
So included in the packet, a pretty detailed explanation of where we're at with the coronavirus funds. At the last meeting, the discussion was had and board direction was to return the funds. Following that and working with Mary Zaporowski with DOLA, it was reported to the town and followed up with written confirmation that is ultimately was a goal from the state. It wasn't an official change. In previous conversations, it's not the way that was presented, but in follow-up at the time that we had stated that we were going to return the funds in order to meet that obligation, she said that really was just a goal deadline submitted by the state, but that legally you still have until the end of December if you want to use these funds to support business grants. So what you have in front of you is that information and timeline, as well as the email that was provided by Ms. Zaporowski and the request, the community support program, which you'll see that there's a discrepancy between the amount that was awarded to North Fork Senior Connections and the amount that was actually expended. Upon final accounting, I was contacted by Ms. Lukesh, who takes care of the finance part for North Fork Senior Connections, and she informed me that there was a line item expenditure included in their disbursement, a grant disbursement included, that ultimately they did not provide enough of the requirements to receive it, and so it hadn't been received, but the report hadn't been updated. So that dollar amount is being refunded back to the town so that it can be included in the final total available for business grants, should the board want to move forward in reopening the business grant process. And so also included, I gave this evening, a request was received to me to get an idea of what it would cost to do mailers if we were going to do mailers, so I provided that information this evening to the board, as well as placed it on the back table for public review of what it would cost if we were to add a physical mailer to all businesses, an estimate of what it would cost. If you have any questions about anything that's included in here specific to this, I'm happy to answer.
So I guess the question for the board is, do we want to go ahead and do more business grants? Yes. Trustee Pattison.
May I make a motion?
Oh, please.
Okay. I move that we table this item to the next meeting, and I would like to request a full line item accounting of the grant to date before we make any further decisions. There's been a lot of confusion with this grant in particular, and I think it's important that we see exactly what's been spent and when and what's remaining for the board before we make a decision on it. So that's my motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
So I didn't understand your motion.
Okay.
Maybe I'm asleep.
Okay.
Sorry. I move that we table this to the next meeting,
right,
and that we request for the packet a full line item accounting of all funds spent and remaining on this grant.
Okay, I'll second that. I thought that the page 119 and 120 and 121 left me with a lot of questions, so I think that's a good idea.
All right. Any further discussion on this? All right. Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, next, board consideration of JDS Hydro preliminary report infrastructure analysis regarding public access to town documents regarding municipal water supply and system. So I do have a statement from Mr. Nerlin. And it says, in addition to the town's production of certain documents for the JDS hydro analysis, the town yesterday received a proposed citizens initiative from Mr. Bruner. Before Mr. Bruner begins circulating his initiative, I would like the authority for myself, Ms. Ferguson, and a member of the board to sit down with Mr. Bruner to discuss the contents of the initiative to see if there is any middle ground. Okay.
I move that we allow that.
I'm sorry, what?
We instruct our attorney to sit down with Ms. Ferguson and Mr. Bruner.
Okay, do we want to designate a board member to be part of that group?
I'd volunteer.
All right, so we have a motion to instruct the attorney to sit down with Mr. Bruner, Ms. Ferguson, and Trustee Knutson to discuss this. All right, first, do I have a second? Okay, not hearing the second. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
I'll second it.
All right, so we do have a second. All right. Trustee Patterson.
I am absolutely in favor of having a conversation and hoping that we can come up with a good solution. Based on the communication that's happened so far, I think it might be beneficial for that conversation to begin in a public meeting and move to executive session if appropriate. I don't know if this should be a, well, if we're doing negotiations. No? Okay, then let me pull that part back. I think this conversation is something that should happen in public. And if it's not the full board, at least be publicly noticed and available to the public, because I worry that without that, there's a lack of transparency that's perceived by the public related to this topic, and I think that's not a great move on our part. So I would like the discussion to be public, bottom line.
Mayor, I guess I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, are we claiming that some of the records or the documents we have are not for public distribution?
No, that is not the issue. I think, okay, my understanding of the issue is that part of what Mr. Bruner's Citizens Initiative is talking about is that all public records on water, including work products, that was the word I'm looking for, including work products, be automatically disclosed to the public without any redaction whatsoever.
There's multiple. That is one
that's
part
just
of
one
it.
part of it.
There's also additions in there that any CORA request, regardless of the size of the span and scope of what's being requested, be provided to anyone that requests it that lives within the town limits at no charge. There's also a significant section that's included in the language that has specific requirements that would be placed on our municipal court. And so there was some question of there is a clause also included in there, which is appropriate language and included in most ordinance, that states that if there's something that would be in objection to law, that it wouldn't be permitted. And according to the town attorney, and again, I don't like to speak on his behalf any more than he would on mine, I know that there was some concern that a significant portion of what was proposed would be there would be some legal challenge under statute, and he was hopeful to be able to have a conversation with Mr. Bruner as someone who was proposing potential language to discuss those specific issues and see if there was common ground and come back to the board with something that he also was agreeable to.
Well, thanks for that. I guess that I'm having a hard time understanding what we have that is not subject to public review. I don't know what documents concerning this JDS Hydro that is not public for review.
The initiative language isn't specific to the JDS Hydro. We've had, as you see, we have a lot of stuff that comes on the agenda, and this was an effort of the town attorney to try to, the JDS Hydro report and the fact that we didn't initially publish the draft, which is standard procedure, is the reason that it seemed to be the thing that initiated this citizens initiative proposal. And so it was included under this topic to be a two-part conversation that was supposed to be led by the town attorney, but unfortunately he is not here because he's sick. So that was the reason. The documents, other than work product, there are very few documents that are protected. Or documents that are reports and analysis of water, financial records, all of those things are public document and are available per Cora. And in many cases aren't required to be requested through Cora. We publish them, or if they're requested, we give them, so.
The other part of this initiative is there is a statement in there that says that the Board of Trustees will have access to all documents, and that includes personnel records and things that are really outside our purview and are protected by federal and state laws.
Okay, well, I agree. Mr. Bruner needs to come have a conversation with the board, what he's thinking about.
That's my take on it. If the town attorney wants to speak with Mr. Bruner about specific language and how state statute already applies and things like that, I don't have a problem with that. But I think once we're talking about involving any board member in this conversation, this needs to be a public board discussion.
Okay, well, so.
Mayor, and I can just provide further, again, the inclusion of the board member was actually an attempt on the town attorney's part to create, hopefully create an environment where Mr. Bruner didn't feel that there was any level of contention, and he was trying to level the field so that, for the conversation in general. So I don't know if that was a stickler for the town attorney, if the direction is that the town attorney can have the conversation with Mr. Bruner and see if there's a modified ordinance that he'd like to propose to the board. I'm sure that would be fine. If you want, I don't know how far that the town attorney will go to have attorney conversations in public. I don't know. So it may very well be worth waiting until Mr. Nerlin is available.
Well, table this until the next meeting and discuss it then. All right, so somebody want to make a motion to table this?
Motion to table the board consideration of the JDS Hydro report.
Do I have a second? I'm not there yet, Thomas. Wait a minute. Do I have a second? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. So what is the motion on the table?
To instruct.
I withdraw my motion.
Wait, go read it, Amanda.
To instruct town attorney to sit down with Corinne, the administrator, Mr. Bill Bruner, and Trustee Knudsen to discuss the report.
Okay. So.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. So then, Bill?
I move that we table this discussion about regarding public access to town documents.
Okay.
Until we have, I move that we table it tonight.
Okay, second? All in favor? Opposed? All right.
The one question is, will Mr. Bruner go ahead and file his whatever he's got?
Well, he needs to collect signatures before he does anything.
Okay.
Right, and he has been instructed that this will come back to the town board, so.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
We tabled this, but the plan is to put it on the next agenda.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
We're not just tabling to
Oh,
never.
no, not forever. Yeah, it's
Okay.
on the next agenda.
Thank you.
Because it does need to be dealt with. Okay, new business. Clock treatment valve, yeah. The next item. Mr. Loberg.
This is a engineering proposal for a altitude valve or automatic valve at the 1 million water treatment plant to be able to fill the 1 million gallon reservoir without having to run the system, the treatment plant itself, so we always have 3 million gallons worth of water storage.
Clarification, this is like step one in being able to join those two plants together.
Correct.
Okay. All right, questions? Yes.
Yeah, so that would join the two systems together, but the town should be able to have water from the 1 million gallon tank within the next 2 weeks. Okay, the town should be, the plant should be able to generate enough water to fill the tank and to put water in the system, and as well as do all the disinfections. That what we had in an earlier conversation. This project would be so that we could shut the 1 million gallon tank down and fill it from the 2 million.
Okay, other questions from the board? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
I think this is a good step, but I also think this is part of a much bigger project. We're talking about doing this to move toward the 2 million gallon tank relining. And I think rather than making these decisions piecemeal, it would be really helpful to see a full project budget for what we expect in the next 5 years related to this. Because we're, like, instead of just approving one-off projects, to have this project leads to this project leads to this project, and here's a timeline and estimated costs related to that, I think would be really useful information.
Mayor,
Okay.
so what I would add to that is that while this supports the tank lining, it wasn't specific to, it's not for the tank lining only. It's to add the additional storage, be able to feed, because the 1 million can only feed in-town residents and the 2 million can feed everyone within the town. It provides that level of redundancy, which has been board direction, and it is an item that the board did discuss and included in the budget. This is a budgeted item from last year's discussions, just for clarification. It does support, when we get to the lining, this is going to add some additional protection when we take the storage offline, where we would have no storage. We'll be able to use the 1 million storage to feed into the system, but it's not, its sole use is not because of the tank lining. This was something that they wanted to do prior to the report, that we needed to update the lining.
I appreciate that additional information. I'm just trying to get us to big picture on this. I know we have a lot of upcoming water projects, and to see them in isolation versus seeing them all lined out on a timeline is a very different thing to look at in the packet. Thank you.
See Knutson.
I just wondered where this fit in the JDS hydro recommendations.
I'm not exactly sure which priority it was on the JDS hydro, but it was more for redundancy. More for redundancy, excuse me, than anything.
I think the other piece of this is that this is absolutely part of what the ARPA funds can cover, being that the ARPA funds can only cover, as far as water stuff, what is outlined in the Safe Drinking Water Revolving Fund. What that will fund is the only thing that ARPA funds can be used for. And one of the specific things that is outlined in that document is that being able to connect two tanks together. So this could be the first piece that we've already budgeted for, that we can then use the ARPA funds to move on to do the second piece. Trustee Mack. You know what? We need to up our time again.
I move that we extend this meeting another half an hour to 11 o'clock.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, go ahead, Trustee Mack.
So I just want to be clear how this works. It wouldn't take the water from the 1 million gallon plant to the 2 million. It would take water heading for the 2 million, heading for the 1 million over to the 2 million. Is that correct, or am I understanding this wrong?
That is correct.
So it's not like we're lifting the water back up. It just sounds to me like that's what we're doing. This is a big move toward being able to line the tank. Whether, who was it that just recommended maybe we should take a look? I think it was Michelle, Trustee Pattison, take a look at the whole thing. I'm not sure that there's a real time constraint for this, but at the same time, getting this done would knock something off of our list. And move us closer to being able to line that tank, which also is part of the discussion for the Advisory Water Committee coming up on another agenda item.
Further discussion? Yes.
Yeah, just one more thing. I understand that ARPA funds may become valuable for this, but I also am very hesitant for us to start lining out ARPA funds without taking a look at the whole grant and having a conversation about the grant as a whole and what our priorities are for those funds and what's recommended by the Water Committee and by JDS Hydro. I really think, I feel like we're starting to lean on that as a financial source pretty heavily, and those funds will go fast because we're talking about a lot of big dollar projects. So while I think this is a good project, I don't think we should do it with the anticipation that ARPA funds are necessarily going to be part of this until we have a bigger discussion about the ARPA funds.
And these would not be ARPA funds. This is out of our budget that we have allocated.
I think the clarification was that this is a budgeted item, but this item could be a support stone to the other things that are recommended from the AWC for the use of the ARPA funds.
First, have you already bought the valve?
This is just the engineering.
It's engineering? Okay,
Yes.
it's not getting the valve in. This is
No,
just
this is just
engineering.
strictly engineering.
Okay. Second, it says it is a budgeted item. You just said that we could use part of that ARPA money for it.
No, what I was
mean,
trying to say is that this could be,
But
you
that's
know,
not
if
what
we have a larger project, that, you know, this is like an ancillary, that word
That's
to
fine.
this, yeah.
But I agree with Ms. Trustee Pattison. You can't start spending that money yet because there's what, $390,000 you said we're getting over 2 years, and you said half of it could be used for the water. We
Use
can
it
use
all
it
for
all.
water.
Okay.
It just has to fall within the safe drinking water revolving fund guidelines.
Because that was the last meeting you said half. We could use half, and that's over a 2-year period.
No, we get half. We got half. It's sitting in our bank account now. In 2022, we will get the other half. So
Okay.
the total is the 300 and whatever.
Whatever it is, okay.
Right.
And I agree that we shouldn't be planning on that yet because you got to get all the bugs worked out of that. Also, I kind of assumed this was a valve, and I was wondering if you already had it bought, but you said it isn't. This is just engineering, correct?
Yes, this is just engineering for the vault, what type of valve, line size, and all the,
So the valve and all that would come after?
Yes.
This is just engineering?
just engineering.
You know, and something that I'm sure Travis understands and Corinne understands at this point is prices are skyrocketing. I mean, stuff that cost us $160 a yoke a year ago is over almost $350 today. And so you're not going to be able to, the problem with budgeting things, and that's why I was asking if it was a valve, is if you already had it bought, you knew that cost. But the problem is from ordering it till you getting it, it's a different scenario right now. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Ms. Mick.
I do have another question. Do you have any timeline on the estimation of the The estimate to complete fabrication and installation?
No, because they have to do engineering to see line sizes to get costs, or proposed cost at this time.
Further discussion?
Right, so process would be to, if the engineering is approved, then the engineering would be completed, and then a cost estimate would be made off of the engineering, and that would come before the board, so you had an idea of what the estimate was, where that fit in the budget, if it fit in the budget, if we needed to allocate money toward it in the budget. And then, once that decision was made, then we would go back to the engineer who would go through the request for proposal, or to actually have it built and installed.
So I apologize for my complete ignorance and confusing everybody in this process. So can we get a motion on this?
I move that we approve the up to $10,000 for for design, engineering and design of a vault valve. Do I need to do more?
Got it. I think
Is
we
that
got
good?
it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Question, Travis. Is the engineering going to work on $10,000, or are we going to need more?
Yes, that will work. When we were doing our estimating time-wise, it is a little higher than expected, that he put in his proposed budget. So if it doesn't take the whole $10,000, he won't charge us for the whole $10,000.
Great, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to support this because in July 27th meeting, we're going to have a report on the audit, and I've been anxiously awaiting fund balances for the water fund. We increased our rates substantially last fall to pay for the funds, and I don't know where we're at, and so I'm hesitant to spend a lot more money.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Is this extremely time sensitive, or could we table it until we have that information?
I don't believe it's time sensitive. We moved forward with the SGM and asked SGM for the quote from following direction and conversation that was had at the Public Works Committee meeting. So I'm a little surprised that there's hesitation, but I do understand where it's coming from, and so all it does is extend when it could happen, and that would be it. So I don't think it changes. The engineering costs don't change based on how quickly it's approved.
All right. Did we get a second on that motion, Amanda? Okay. We have a motion. Yes, Thomas.
Thanks. And as a advisory water committee member, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. This line carries finished water or raw water?
Finished water.
Finished water. So this is the upper Lambourne tank finishes water, and then this line will connect that finished water tank to the lower 1 million gallon tank, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. So this is recommended by JDS in section 6.5 of their report. And just as a overall, my input is I think that it makes a lot of sense to do this in the long term. They outline a couple of reasons for it that are moderately technical, but it's a smart move. It's something we're probably going to have to do eventually. As far as urgency is concerned, probably not too urgent. It was not an item that came up at our meeting as a recommendation, but it was my understanding that work was being done on it already. So that may be part of our reasoning. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. All right. So we have a motion and a second to approve the clock treatment valve vault engineering up to $10,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right. I think we need a roll call.
Trustee Bear? Trustee Bettinger? Trustee Johnson?
Aye.
Trustee Knutson?
Nay.
Trustee Mack?
Aye.
Trustee Patterson?
Nay.
And this is actually important. Well, you know, I think we've been looking at this, and I think engineering is always good, and having some kind of numbers to work with would be very valuable, so I'm going to vote aye on this. So that motion passes. All right, next item. First reading on ordinance 2021-06, the changing of the alcoholic beverage licensing distance from public schools.
And inclusion of bed and breakfast permit.
And
So
inclusion of bed and breakfast.
this follows the discussion and board direction provided to town attorney at the last meeting to bring a proposed draft ordinance to the board that would allow applicants to apply for a bed and breakfast permit, as well as a reduction of the 500 feet limitation from public schools for licenses that are held for on-premise consumption only. It does not include and explicitly omits retail liquor store licenses, which is off-premise consumption.
Okay, comments from the board? Yes, Michelle.
I wonder if we could remove the whereas sections that specifically refer to the Bros Hotel Bed and Breakfast, because even though they brought this before the board, this would apply to all businesses, and I don't like making it so specific.
Okay. Other comments? Yeah, Mr. Bear.
I'm sorry, for clarification, do we want to completely remove the whereas, or would you like the town attorney to rephrase so that the discussion, the fact that the discussion was brought to the board is still included, but it doesn't specify the entity that brought the discussion?
I leave that at the town attorney's discretion on what's legally required, but I don't,
Okay.
as long as we're meeting legal requirements, I don't think we need to get too specific about the business.
Okay.
All right. Trustee Bear.
I assume that anybody that gets a liquor license is still going to appear before the town, and we can yay it or nay it if we don't like what they're doing as far as the school distance and stuff.
Well, if you remove the distance restriction specific to licenses that offer on-premise consumption, you wouldn't be able to deny a license because it was too close to the school. That would no longer be a permitted reason to deny. But yes, all license applications and renewals come before the board for approval.
So if somebody wanted to open up a bar where they have on-site consumption, that we would have to allow that.
Your basis for denial for a new application couldn't be the distance restriction to a school if you remove a distance restriction from a school. So the original direction provided was to allow any license that was on premise. You can restrict that further and not include a bar establishment. But we may want to review the specific types of licenses you can get, because that's a tavern license, and so that's not a hotel restaurant where it's lodging and consumption, or a bed and breakfast where it's lodging and consumption. It's a different type of license. So you could specify the type of license, not just say on-premise versus off-premise.
Yeah, I'd be a lot more comfortable with that. I think that this could open up a can of worms where we don't want to go to if we don't develop some kind of restriction in the ordinance.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
If maybe I read this wrong, but I understood from reading it that only the bed and breakfasts get the exemption, nothing else.
Oh.
That wasn't the direction of the board at the last meeting.
My computer just died.
No battery?
It just died. We may share. Okay, so All right, trustee Bunder.
I thought there was a separate bed and breakfast, this was establishing a separate bed and breakfast license as opposed to a bar. I mean, you're serving to your own guests in there. They're not buying it. Nobody can come in off the street and buy from you.
Okay.
The direction from the board at the last meeting, because we approached it as a bigger conversation, was that yes, we wanted bed and breakfast to be able to apply for a permit and to be allowed to do that at the local authority level. We have to have that specifically outlined in ordinance in our law, just like we did with the allowing delivery or tasting rooms on premise. And the second part of that was the conversation about the distance restriction and whether or not the town wanted, because for this entity, specific entity, to be able to apply for a bed and breakfast, we would have had to reduce the distance restriction because they're less than 20 feet under the 500 foot.
But I thought the distance restriction was only reduced for bed and breakfast.
No, the direction from the board was for, to reduce the distance for any on-premise consumption.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I was thinking.
Okay.
As if your brain is really working at this time of night.
So my comment on that is that if we reduced or if we eliminated the distance restriction specifically only to bed and breakfast licenses, that to me feels like we are making an exception for a single business, because we have one business who has approached us about that type of license, and that I feel like that's getting into a bad position in terms of being fair to all of our businesses in town. Not that we can't make some distinction if the board isn't comfortable with all on-premise consumption, but I think making it that tight to just bed and breakfast licenses is really showing favoritism to a single business that came before us.
So I can make a suggestion to the board, especially at this
Yes,
hour.
please.
If the board would like, this is a first initial review and first read. I can take the recommendation to the town attorney to remove the specificities or however he sees fit when it comes specific to the Bros, and would be happy to include in the next packet name and definition of the type of liquor licenses that are permitted within the state of Colorado. So then if the board wished to better specify what types of licenses would be permitted, you'd have that information before you.
Does that sound good to the board?
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, please do that. All right, moving on. What's the next one? First reading of ordinance 2021-05, imposition of marijuana occupational tax.
So again, this is a housekeeping ordinance to come in line with the applications that we're now accepting for the permitted commercial and medical marijuana. Sorry, my brain is really fuzzy at this point. And so included in front of you is the specific ballot language that would ratify the $5 occupational tax to be applied to each sale at any of the established shops after they're approved by the board.
Yes, trustee Button.
I was concerned about it. It says any sale, and I was not clear whether that was any item or sale on any transaction. The $5 should be on any one transaction, which could include 16 different items.
That's correct.
But it says any sale, and that just, I needed to tighten it up a bit. Any transaction, not sale. Because
can you tell me what section it's in so I can note it on here?
Well, I'll have to go back and read it. I don't know, I'll have to read it. I'll tell you tomorrow.
Okay, because I do see in the specific ballot language, it said $5 per sales transaction. So I could see the desire to carry that language through the entire ordinance.
Yeah, so if we say sales transaction
Right.
instead of just sales. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So of course, with this ordinance, following board discussion, any of those changes could be accepted as the first read and implemented for second read at the next meeting.
Okay, good.
Mhm.
All right.
But that would require a action of the board.
Okay, all right.
So we move that we,
Do you want to move it? Okay.
I move that we pass this as a first reading with the clarification of $5 per transaction.
No, sales transaction.
Sales transaction.
Yeah.
Sales transaction.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, further discussion? Not hearing anything. Yes, Thomas?
Right now, I see it reads $5 per transaction.
Yeah,
Is that-
sales transaction, yeah.
I'm reading Article 4, Section 4-5-10, levy of tax, page 228, paragraph at the bottom. Effective, blah, 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 flat occupational tax of $5 per transaction. On the, okay. Is that what you wanted to change? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. We'll find it.
Okay, we'll find it.
We'll find it.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, next, board consideration of streetlight review committee member appointment clarification. Mr. Knutson.
Let me clarify, the light under, typically when citizens have a complaint about a light, they bring it to the lighting decision board. I'm a member of that. The light that has been brought to the lighting decision group for a decision is a light that's on my street that shines in my bedroom. So I think that that is a conflict of interest because I have a personal benefit from the way that decision goes. So I would ask one of my fellow trustees to be willing to sit in for me for that decision. Rather than, the other alternative was using someone from the Dark Skies Committee, which personally I think is a little biased because they're not elected official and they're probably have a certain viewpoint about it, and it's not as unbiased as one of my fellow trustees might be. So that's why I asked for someone to just sit in.
And Mayor Backron, if I could add though, and of course doesn't mean it has to change the direction that Trustee Knutson wants to take, but if we refer back to Mr. Light's presentation last night, he actually stated that it is not necessarily a conflict of interest if there's a personal benefit, if it also benefits the majority group that would be involved. And so when it's the entire community that could potentially benefit, it may not necessarily be a conflict. Not that I disagree with your choice, but just to clarify that. Oh, sorry about that. I hit the wrong button.
I think the conflict of interest is really in the mind of the person, and in my mind, it's a conflict of interest. I'd like to recuse myself and ask another board member to step up. Thank you.
Okay, would a board member like to volunteer for this duty?
I'll volunteer for that, assuming I'm available if it's already scheduled. So, okay. Yep.
All right, we don't need a motion for that or anything. All right, covered. All right, moving on.
What do I need to know to actually be involved in that? Can you just email me the details? Thank
Yeah,
you.
the process, we'll send you the sheet, you'll evaluate the light, provide that, and we'll come to a consensus. Everyone will review it and then bring it, and then let the board know what the decision was.
Okay.
Ms. Watson.
So yesterday there was a discussion about committees. Was this committee described somewhere, or is it just a board vote?
When we adopted the dark skies stuff, we had this is the way the board approved decisions to be made about individual lights throughout town.
Okay, because I'd like to know, are these committee meetings open? And how can I listen in?
This
Or
is
are they
This is an
announced?
administrative process, and it was approved by the board. It is not a public process.
So
for
it's
those
a
individual
secret
lights.
committee. So we can't listen to it. We can't go and, or
isn't a
you're just talking
committee.
about it administratively in the office.
It wasn't
You go and look
established
at
as a
it.
committee. This was multiple conversations, and final decision-making by the board was in a meeting in October of last
Okay.
year. It's
So it's
not
an
a
administrative
committee.
review?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I saw the word committee in the
Well,
paperwork,
that's the.
and I got
the-
very confused.
That's the language that they were using as far as the group, the individuals that each individually assess the light and come to a consensus on whether or not the light is shut off or stays on or follows a few different options that were provided through the review and evaluation process.
Okay, it would be interesting to see the format that you use to make your decisions so it's fair for everybody. Because I'd kind of like my street light turned off too.
Okay.
Yeah, you basically just bring that to the Corinne, a request for that, and you need, there's a specific process that we adopted to do that. So you're more than welcome to bring that before the committee and they'd make a decision. I'm sorry, the lighting design group. Thank you for that correction.
All right, let's move on to the Advisory Water Committee recommendations.
All right. So our last meeting, we held a special meeting on June 30th just to come up with recommendations for the American Rescue Plan Act grant funds. These are all recommendations, and we don't expect a blanket approval of everything. In fact, some of these items actually need other things done before they can get done, but we wanted to present this to the board to let you know what we feel based on JDS Hydro, our conversations with them, our meetings, what we would like to see done with some of these funds. And that is in your packet. The first one, committee recommends, and JDS Hydro strongly recommends that the town hire an engineer. Now we did talk about this quite a bit. It's not something that the ARPA funds would pay for, obviously, but with a lot of projects coming up, potentially many projects coming up in 2022, the JDS engineer described Paonia's water system as among the most sophisticated system in the state, maybe in the country. It is old, unmapped. It's an old, unmapped distribution system with 2 plants, many springs, and only 1 person running it. And since reclassification by the state from groundwater to groundwater under direct influence of surface water, it has become a lot more complicated. So they're recommending adding another person to staff, specifically an engineer, and there are a lot of benefits to hiring an engineer. So that was the first one, and I don't know if you want me to do these one at a time and you ask questions or just run through these real fast.
Why don't we just open it up to questions, and then people can pick out whatever ones they need to ask questions
okay,
about.
sure.
All right, Trustee Bear.
Under number 6, and it's just a comment, not a question. Lining of the 2 million gallon tank, a 2016 inspection revealed the lining must be replaced within the next 18 to 24 months.
Within the next 18 to 24 months from now, so
Yeah,
I apologize for that.
It may have been inspected in 2018, but I think it was inspected at a later date, perhaps 19. Am I correct in saying
Travis, when did we have the last inspection at the 2 million?
That's what drove our conversation last fall on the budgeting, to start setting aside funds for the lining. I know it was inspected earlier, but that's the conversation that drove the money for the lining.
So yeah, that's something that has to be done, to use some of these funds for it. We believe at this time that it could be used for this project. Just get this done. Obviously, some things have to happen before that happens, including what we discussed earlier with the engineering study for the altitude vault. But the board felt strong, or the Advisory Water Committee felt strongly enough about this that we would like the town to consider taking some of these funds and moving this project up maybe a year. So, and just to clarify, these aren't necessarily the order of importance, but because this is already on the budget, it kind of ended up in at the end of the list. But everybody agreed, and the JDS engineer agreed that this would be a good move, get that thing done.
We need to extend the meeting again? If we're going to continue this discussion?
But we extend the meeting another half hour.
Do I hear a second?
Second, reluctant.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Go get him, Bill. All right.
One brave person.
Further Thank you, Bill. Maybe you should have made a motion not to extend the meeting. Okay. Yes, Thomas, did you want to comment on this specific issue?
Yes, generally. Tammy, did you put this list together?
I did.
Okay. I do not recall any discussion at our meeting regarding lining the 2 million gallon tank.
I went through the recording again.
You did?
To make sure, yes, and it is
okay.
in there. Yes.
I'll have to review my minutes. However, the motions that we put together as far as recommendations were different than this list. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that this list of 6 things is not precisely what the board came up with as for recommendations.
Okay, I did go through the recordings. I went through the meetings, and this is what I came up with. So if you'd like to clarify anything, go right ahead.
Yeah, the 1 million gallon tank, item number 2, was discussed by one of the members, but not as a committee, or there was no consensus as a committee. As far as item number 1, the recommendation was to, or the motion was to recommend to you guys that you consider hiring an engineer, just in general for town purposes, and Corinne was going to look into contacting a firm to do that. That is a separate issue than the recommendation by JDS Hydro to find an additional employee for the water system. It could be possible that those are the same, but they're not necessarily the same. Item number 3, as I recall, was our highest recommendation. The PRV overhaul is a matter of security. Actually, that was one of the reasons that the draft was redacted to the public, is because it located the location of these sensitive items that are possibly under strain. And the rest of the list seems, with the exception of number 6, to align with what I recall. I think that's it. Thanks. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer and as far as specific items.
Other questions for either Tammy or Thomas? Yes.
So I just want to be clear that what we're talking about right now is potential use of the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and what the priorities are of the Water Committee related to the use of those funds. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Is that correct?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Okay, and some of these things absolutely do not qualify under ARP.
That's correct, like hiring a new staff member.
Right.
But I think pretty much everything else does.
Okay,
So,
well,
as a board
Of course,
member-
the 1 million gallon tank, it's being done, so there's no funds for it. I mean, there's no reason to fund it, it's being done. So, yeah, and Thomas is right, you know, the pressure reducing valve was number 1, and I apologize for that. I did kind of put this together at the last minute, and I apologize for that. But that was our most pressing point. Committee member Siriani said water hammers are deadly to aging water systems, and that's obviously what we have. Not all the zones need to be reworked, but JDS has identified these critical points, and the estimated cost for that would be somewhere between 75 and 250,000. So it might even require an engineering study to get those done. It does also address the a lot of the unaccounted for. No, I take that back. That's in the wrong place. The calibration of the master water meters would begin to address unaccounted for water, which, if everybody recalls, was about 35 to 40%. That was another really big one. It's certainly Mr. Sirianni really pushed for that one. He brought that one to the table. There's also some non-billed, unmetered water users, including the ambulance barn, and maybe getting meters at these locations could also help identify the losses. Whether that would be paid for under the grant, I don't know.
I don't know either, for sure.
Okay.
Mayor Backren, I have a comment. So
Yeah.
what I think would be really helpful would be to have in a public packet the actual guidelines of the grant that state how we can use these funds and how we can't. I also would like to have, maybe as an agenda item, but I feel like it'll probably be a long discussion, maybe a special meeting specific to this grant, the ARPA funds, so that as a board we can really hash through what our priorities are, what the expected costs are, what work needs to happen before we can even start the project that's the priority, and which projects rely on other projects. Because there's a lot of interrelated stuff here, and I feel like we need to do this sooner rather than later, because we're going to get into our budget discussions soon, and this could have a huge impact on how we're viewing our overall budget for 2022. So I would either like to have a special meeting or just acknowledge that this is going to take a huge chunk of an upcoming meeting and we need to do it soon.
I would agree completely. I don't think that we're going to have time in a regular meeting to be able to address this. It would take the whole meeting. And we have so many things stacked up that we need to get to in meeting after meeting that I think we really, your points about this impacting our budget, your points about this needing to be, we need a big picture. We need to know what we're going to do for the next at least 5 years on this. And getting the information from the water rate study is going to be important in all of this as well. But yeah, I think we need a special meeting.
And that's what makes this so difficult. I mean, like I worked a long time on this, and I knew that it wasn't perfect.
Right.
There is so much to this, and it
Right.
goes on, and everything is relying on something else and something else. I mean, I'd be happy to put in a few more hours, maybe even a few days to do this. It is not easy. I have, we have a great advisory board, but the conversations are all over the place because the water system's all over the place. And it's, this was not easy to put together. And I understand that this is not, I guess what we're looking for, I don't guess, I know what we're looking for is, does this sound about right? Because then we can start to figure out how to line these things up to actually work, to actually get them done. So, I mean, this is, talk about a Herculean
None of us can talk
effort. It is a heck of a lot of work.
Right.
And I promised I would, put in the time, and I will, but I did not have time to come up with all of that. I simply did not.
Oh, yeah. And I think this
So-
is far beyond just one small discussion in a town board meeting.
Oh, yeah, and it also, they want us to have a 5-year, 10-year plan, too.
Right.
We can't do that. We can't do that without an engineer. We can't do that without meetings. I mean,
So let me ask you
it
this
is very
question,
difficult.
Tammy.
Okay.
Is it feasible for us to even line out this plan without the input of an engineer or a professional?
Well, we do have a couple of engineers on the committee. Is it possible?
Right.
It's possible. Is it, what that would take, probably a lot more expertise and experience than certainly I have. Yeah, it's, what it would really take is a 5-year, like a 5-year plan.
Okay.
And that is beyond my scope of knowledge.
Okay.
I can tell you that right now. That probably would require engineering help.
And it sounds like that's what we really need to make some of these decisions.
Everybody to understand, because there's, I mean, a lot of it commingles together, but there's a lot of it that is broke down to treatment, to just tanks, to distribution, and to collection. So I think that would make it a lot easier for everybody to understand, and then you could prioritize those lists separate than trying to prioritize the whole system itself.
So if you were going to write this 5-year plan, Travis, that's the way you would break it down, and instead of looking at the system as a whole?
Yes, that's how I would break it down.
Okay. Yes, Bill.
It's 11, what is it? 11/11, okay. We got some money in the bank, or some money in reserves to pay for some things from a grant, correct?
We have our funds that won't pay for personnel.
Okay, well, do we have to decide all this tonight, or can we bring it back?
There is some motion that it needs to be done sooner rather than later, because again, we are going into budget season, and we need to look at this in budget season.
You know, I think we're running up, as an advisory committee, we're running up against some of the same problems JDS Hydro had putting this whole thing together. So many moving pieces, so many facets to this that, you know, that's why their report was 50 pages long and it still wasn't fully complete.
On our June 16th meeting, where we spoke with John Plumstarns, we discussed at that time a water system master plan, which is a service offered by JDS and other engineering firms. If you would like a more comprehensive long-term outlook as far as where you want the water system to be in 5 years, say, to comply with the terms of this grant, you may be able to use the money that is already in hand to come up with that plan.
Say money in hand, what do you mean?
The ARPA funds.
Again, it can't pay, I don't know that it can pay for a study.
Okay. Well, it may be worth speaking with somebody to come up with a master plan. It's not apparently uncommon to be in this situation, you know. So, barring some sort of, you know, if you want us to tackle it as a water committee and come up with an outline, step by step, we can do our best. But if you want pros to tackle it, we're gonna have to pay for it. So, you know, it's up to you guys. I think that there are plenty of projects that are more urgent. That was kind of what we were discussing, and you know, if you want to go by what's most dangerous, you know, I think is kind of how the system got where it is now. It's kind of been bandaged and put together, but having a comprehensive view of it is, you know, beyond really, I think, any one person's ability. You know, Travis would probably be the best person to ask, honestly.
Yes, Suzanne?
I seem to remember Phil Sirianni emphasizing the need for a master plan. And a plan is different than a study. A plan is your plan. It's your plan of action, and it's something you need before you start something if you want to do well. The prior it's getting your ducks in a row. And we have members on that water committee that understand this, and they also know about funding sources. And I really think it would be wise for the board to, in this meeting that you're talking about having, talk with those water committee members and talk about the funding sources that they might be familiar with that might help fund things like planning and stuff. Because planning is really important instead of cobbling things together, putting out fires like I think this town ends up doing a lot of times, to have an overall plan. And then you can incorporate it in your comprehensive plan, which you are required to have. We are required to have a comprehensive plan in this town. So a water plan would be a really important part of that. Thanks.
Dave, did you want to say something?
I'll make a shot here. First of all, we have a JDS Hydro coming in 6 months with their final plan.
Right.
That's going to be some pretty amazing information that will help us at that. JDS Hydro in their draft plan has also said, here's some pretty critical stuff you should do right away. And, you know, I look to the water committee to, I mean, I realize that's whack-a-mole to a degree, and that's the thing we've fallen into. But like the pressure release valve, that's kind of a no-brainer. That this is something that really needs to be done according to their study and what our water board is telling us. Those are pretty high priority items. The other thing I'm concerned about burning out Trustee Meck, because she's made a commitment to work on our master plan this week, and I don't want to pile this on top of this week's work.
And the tree
And
board.
it's late.
Yeah.
So I really like the way you've written this up so far. Is there a decision you need from us tonight that would help your board move further along?
I think really all I would like to hear is that we're on the right track.
And I feel that way.
Yep.
I really appreciate what we've gotten here. I like the draft report we've gotten so far. And I think that us as a board, we could really be looking at what is the really critical thing, and I look to our Public Works Director for that too, for guidance on that, on what's the thing that's really in our face right now that we should be doing right away that's high priority.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I agree with most of that. I just want to reiterate that I think it's really important that the board sees the full guidelines and the whole grant, really, like the request and the details and what we can spend the money on and what we can't. Because if we're making decisions without having that document in front of us, then we're not being good decision makers. So let's get a copy of that grant out. Everything related to that grant out to the board.
Right. The other thing
I did submit a list of things that that the funding can be used for, but it did not get in the packet.
Right. The other thing is we do not have to spend that money in the next 2 years. We have until 2024 to commit the funds and 2026 to spend them. So that, you know, we don't have to have this money expended. We can put it in the bank and save it.
So things like that are exactly what I think we need to know
Yeah.
before we start getting into decision making.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe look at the pressure reducing valve as a top priority as we put together everything else. And I think having JDS come back with their final report may actually lay out a much better picture for this without expending any more funds or turning Trustee Meck into a zombie.
Well, and I do want to echo what Ms. Kendall said earlier, prices are going up. Prices are going up. Things are getting more and more expensive. So there is urgency.
I think you got your validation that you're on the right track. Okay, and we shall move forward and we will get more information out on all the grant and what the requirements are for the grant. All right. Are we up to looking at the purchasing policy tonight? Are we going to be here till midnight? Yes, Trustee Budinger.
The purchasing policy needs a complete overhaul. I recommend that we table that until the next meeting so that we can give it a first review. I mean, if we look at the one that was provided, the sample one, it's talking about policy. We should just have the one-pagey thing about policy. The rest of that belongs in regulations. And so, can we bring you back a first cut?
That would be absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, please. So your motion is to table this and send it to finance personnel. Oh, whoever wants to jump in.
I think that's us.
Okay.
But it's not on the agenda for tomorrow.
No, and understandably so. Okay, do you want to make that motion then? Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right. That motion passes. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that motion passes. Would everyone agree that we table the rest of the reports for tonight and just go home?
Mayor,
And
I move that
thank the 8 members of the public that stayed with us until this hour.
And stayed
That's
away.
really cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
I move that we table the rest of the agenda and go home.
All right, do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Nay. I had to pull a Bill, you know. Bill didn't do it, so I had to.